And welcome here, everyone. We are here with the grand finals of the Aegis Defenders League. You know it, you love it, so let's run it. It is going to be an amazing night, hopefully a full BO5 series. If not, then it's gonna be a slaughterfest one way or another. My name is Orbital. With me is Jack from the AML, and we will be your casters at least for this first game. Jack, how you doing today?
I'm doing great. I'm so excited to get the opportunity to come in here and cast these amazing finals after the great season we've had.
I know it's going to be a good time, and I mean, the season has done wonders. We've had an amazing amount of players throughout the entirety of the season. What better way to give a lot of that glory over to the players themselves? Before we go any further, we do want to shout out all of our amazing all-stars that have been selected. In the third team, we have Rover, Phoenix Flare, as well as Quality Player, Husky Templar, and False across the board from the ADL.
Yep. And in our second team, we have Worm Jones Jungle top, Worm Jones Kodak Jungle, FYS, who you'll see playing today. The Voices are back, also seen today, and Homura.
Of course, for the first team all around, it's gonna be the ever so amazing squad of Night Ravens, Source Walker, Worm Jones from the top side, as well as Kite and Worm Jones Worms. Of course, all those different ones come from the XG Worms, and you gotta know them, you gotta love them. And again, congratulations to all of our Winter 2025 All-Stars. But of course, the top All-Stars team, I believe, will be competing in some fun events a little bit later on. However, we do have to get into this match. I know the teams are ready, so let's go ahead and dive right on in. We have two amazing squads ready for your viewing pleasure. As always, it is going to be Weakside Jungle Victims going up against True Minded Gaming Death Knights, both teams who were able to make it here, but Death Knights took it a little bit further as they went 3-2 in their semifinals matchup.
Yep, they have had a slightly more difficult waltz to the finals, with all of Weakside Jungle Victims playoff victories coming at 3-1, and like you just mentioned, that 5-game epic TMG had to go through. But the regular seasons were both extremely dominant. Not a single series dropped for either of these squads. Only 5 games lost between the both of them. So I think both these teams are going to come in tonight confident and, fully expecting to come out the victor.
Of course, for True Minded Gaming Death Knights, it is going to be Night Ravens, Floops, FYS, Crushing Rock, Homura, and then, of course, another Floops there in the sub position. Of course, taking a look at the other side for Weakside Jungle Victims, it is going to be Rover, Source Walker, Epitome, as well as the Voices are back in Panda, rounding out with a slew of subs in case they need it.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, both these teams fully coming in here ready to win. And for Weakside Jungle Victims, that looks like having a stacked roster with a bench also as stacked. And when we look up and down this list, these are all players that are extremely individually talented. And that's a lot of the reason that they got to this point.
And of course, with a lot of players on that all-star selection side, we got to give credit where credit is due. We have a little graphic showing us our all-stars once again, some of the names that you'll be seeing here today, and some of them that you'll be seeing later on. Again, a big shout out to Night Raven, Source Walker, Cole, Kite, and Worm Jones. Now, here's the deal. We want to give a big shout out once again, because this is just the ADL side of things. There will be more all-star groups selected, I believe, throughout. So we want to give a lot of praise throughout the rest of our grand finals throughout this entire week for the Aegis esports leagues. Of course, with that being done, let's go ahead and haul into draft, because I believe the Death Knights are more than ready to get on with their blue side selection. And anytime we see blue, it always feels like they have a little bit more variety, considering the number of bans you have to throw at some of the metas currently. As you can see, we are seeing that Urgot and the Master Yi and the Set. These are all kind of interesting to watch for, as we see on the other side a lot left open. The Neferi specifically left, but the Gwen, the Lulu, and the Aurora all taken off.
Yeah, and I'm expecting a lot of Jinx Prio. It's something that both of these teams play often. It's one of the strongest picks in this range, and a lot of the bans we've seen so far have been targeted. I mean, when you look at Yi, I really wish we get to see Source Walker play this champion, so much of it, but the Gwen as well. That's what we talk about, though, when we talk about drafts. Red side has to ban that Gwen. You can't let it be first pick. I love seeing the Varus first pick, because it is an extremely versatile champion where you can lock it in first. You're gonna have tons of range for the lane. You can go on hit for a more frontline opposing team, or you can go lethality if you're facing more squishies. I think this is an excellent champ to lock in first, and it allows them to kind of, secure themselves a really strong champion while also allowing to let the draft come to them.
And I think that's what they're hoping to have here. Of course, on the other side, you're getting a lot of engagement down on the map so far. The Xin Zhao already being drafted, and we've seen a lot of teams actually move towards this after the kind of falling out of Vi. It feels like the Xin Zhao has risen in prominence in terms of what they want to play for. But here comes a Weakside jungle victim special, the Kog'Maw hover here, which I believe has been banned out. Was banned out primarily throughout their quarterfinals and round of 12 run, which was very interesting to see. But a great hyper carry being hovered there. Not going to be locked in though. It is going to be that Jinx to match the Varus.
Yeah, matching range with range and also that scaling ability. I think Jinx is just so versatile in this elo where you can kind of put some focus down there early, pair with an engaged support, use those traps so well, and try and get 2v2 or 3v2 kills because of the excitement on the passive. But also, it's really an insurance. You know, if Xin Zhao doesn't get ahead early and they have to wait, you can just let Jinx catch waves, and once she gets a lot of those items on board, she will just run through an entire team. I love the Jax answer for TDK because Night Ravens, this guy's a monster. He was all-star first team for a reason. He will run a game for you, and the Jax is an excellent vehicle to do so.
And I think, you know, being able to test out that limit at the start here, as you mentioned, both these teams are very, very strong. They have barely dropped a lot of games throughout the regular season, and even in the playoffs, they have had a pretty comfortable run. But this is the other twist, as you were kind of mentioning, this idea of having the Jax as a great bruiser and everything like that. Well, the Darius can do almost the exact same thing depending on where you place it. We've seen Darius jungle in the past. Of course, that's fallen off a little bit. So I'm assuming this Darius is going in the top side with the Jax in the jungle. Either way, though, these are very kind of forward facing, not a lot of safety, but a lot of versatile team fighting, if you wish.
Yeah, and I would love this answer. Obviously, it's a hover, but I think TDK are giving themselves a lot of skirmishing power. Obviously, it's so impossible to actually 1v1 a Darius or a Jax with the tools they have in their kit. But the one real downside they're seeing right now is they don't have a lot of engage. They have the ability to win fights. They don't have the ability to force fights. So they're going to need that coming through in the second phase. I love the Vel'Koz. I think it allows you to pivot with this draft and say, you know, Jinx is long range, Vel'Koz obviously wicked long range, and the Xin Zhao can kind of play bouncer. So you let Jinx and Vel'Koz just light you up, and the Jax and Darius don't even get a chance to touch them. I'm expecting a lot of bans coming out to address the engage issues on both sides, but I feel like first phase, WJV have a little bit of an advantage.
Yeah, I mean, I can see it as well. And we mentioned even before, their individual skill ranking. I mean, Weakside jungle victims are quite high in that regard. I mean, I think the TDK does match to an extent, but I mean, Weakside jungle victims, we've seen them fly through team fights basically by the seat of the pants. So we'll see if they can do it here. Once again, we can see where the focus is mid lane specifically for WJV, which makes sense. The Ahri, of course, having that mobility and a little bit more scaling with the Rod of Ages and Riftmaker currently. But the Renata Glass, this also makes sense. You cannot allow that turncoat style to be brought out against the likes of a Jackson Darius that can bleed through your entire composition and really put you down. Last ban here is the mobility. Once again, TF banned away in that mid lane.
Yeah, when you have a Jackson Darius, you want to fight early and often. So having the ability to make any 1v1 a 2v1 with Twisted Fate, obviously something they don't want to give them. I really love that Renata ban, like you mentioned, because Hostile Takeover destroys heavy melee comps. Because how are you going to like 4-man walk into a team and then all of a sudden you're turning hitting each other? It's impossible to play that way. So I love that ban off, and I also love the Malphite. You got 3 ADs so far. If you're trying to start a fight and all of a sudden Malphite flies in and knocks up four of your members, first of all, you're never gonna be able to kill him because you're 3 AD, but also it's just so much disruption. I really think that they should lock in some sort of really heavy support right here, something that can enchant and buff up the Jinx and Xin Zhao and facilitate them being able to walk back. But I also like, you know, a frontline option, something to act again as that bouncer, keep everyone away from Jinx, keep everyone away from Vel'Koz, and let them just burn down your comp.
I think they are hiding their support pick because that support can make such a big difference right now. If you need to go engage, yes, you can go ahead and draft it. If you want more support utility, you can do that as well. And maybe they even try to bait out with a little bit of info, trying to flash out Orion and say it might be Vel'Koz support. You don't know. Be a little bit careful. I don't think TDK are going to be that that shell shocked. They are going to play by what they assume. As you can see as well, it is going to be that Nami locked in here. The Varus Nami combo is pretty dang lethal, especially if you're running poke Varus instead, which I would assume you're doing here. A lot of squishes in the back line. You're not really going to chunk out Ornn anyways, so might as well aim for that back line overall. But right now, we are going to take a look what is going to be mid lane, unless this is a Jax Darius in the mid lane, one of those, and then one of those top, and we get a jungle here. I don't see it being anything else. Let's see what you go ahead and pick up. Are you going to go for that long range type? And it is going to be a stable pickup with that Victor, just all around nice to have.
It does well in lane. I'm not sure. We're going to have to see how well it fits in with this comp. Obviously, Jax and Darius want to go forward. Varus, Victor, not as much want to kind of let things come to them. I think the Nami's going to have to be doing a lot of work here. I would love this Karma pick. Again, it just allows you to play around your range and allow the Xin Zhao and Ornn to distract while your carries in the back line deal all the damage. And I also think that Karma, gives you, I keep saying it with this draft, gives you so much versatility where you can really wait for like 7.5 minutes to decide, what am I building first? If you guys are getting a lead, let's go AP, let's get some damage, and let's try and facilitate the acceleration of the game. But if, things are even, you're starting to fall behind, all right, let's go Moonstone Renewer, let's go for some more supportive items here and allow us to bridge into that late game.
I like the fact that you pointed it out. It is why we saw that left to the R5 position, and it rounds out both compositions nicely. You look at the Victor, it rounds out kind of that need for the middle ground. You cover the Varus with the ult if you need to, the Nami as well with the backline, and then you allow the Darius and Jax to kind of float forward. Now, granted, for TDK, it's a little bit more disjointed, but they went with a much heavier damage offensive, in my opinion. This is as offensive as you can kind of get. They're squishy. They're not exactly going to be full tanks, I should say, but they are going to bring the pain, and this is what I like to call damage overload here. For TDK, do you actually like this style where you don't really run that kind of tank in engage option and instead just go, hey, out hands them and hope for the best?
Yeah, and Ornn kind of acts as your middle ground on this WJV where if you really need an engage, blow the Ornn horn and let's see if we can pick them off. But I think with their range, they'll be able to find a way. It is the more difficult to execute team comp, in my opinion, because you have to maintain that front line to protect your back line, whereas TDK can kind of just, Nami sends out the wave, speeds everyone up, and then it's just how do you stop Jax from leaping in and Darius from just spinning through your whole team. I am hopeful that Varus goes for that lethality build here, like you said, because he's not gonna be able to hit Xin Zhao because of that crescent guard. Ornn, it doesn't matter how long he hits him, he's not gonna be able to get through him. So you want to be able to send those arrows through that front line and get them onto those squishies in the back.
Well, let's see what they can do. So right now, it is going to be game number 1 between the two reigning champions of their divisions. And right now, both very powerful adversaries. We'll see who draws first blood and who draws the first game in this BO5 series. We are going to go to a very short break. When we come back, we will have game number 1 live for you between True Minded Gaming and Death Knights and Weakside Jungle Victims. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. You know it, you love it, and of course we are on the rip for game number 1, and you love to see these teams getting ready and underway. It is going to be Darius jungle, something that we haven't seen in a bit of time, but I believe Floops has played it to a pretty big extreme. Night Ravens will be on that Jax in the top side though to face off against the Orange, which might have a better time in there for sure.
Yeah, I'm liking that decision because I think Jax later on in the game is going to have a much easier time getting to that back line, and Night Ravens being that first team all-star, you want to get the most useful champion in the hands of your best player, at least in terms of Floops and Night Raven. Although Floops has been with his roster for quite some time. Also, the Darius jungle nerfs, when he kind of like for one patch was wicked OP and then they kind of brought him back down to earth, I felt that they were more weighted towards top side. They were like nerfs to his E passive that really hurt him. So I think in the jungle he's okay still, but like I said in draft, Nami's gonna have to do a lot of heavy lifting. And I wanted to mention, so we went during this little bit of extended break in between games, look through some of the match histories, and Crushing Rock on this Varus, one of his most played champions all season, super comfortable on the champion. On the other side too, Epitome gets the Vel'Koz, which he plays a ton. Bloosh on that Jinx. And Sourcewalker, who we also announced first team all-star, hasn't had a lot of success on the Xin Zhao, had a 10 death loss during the season. So I'm really excited to see how these drafts turn out over the course of the game.
Yep, it's going to be a little bit of a shift. Again, not fearless, but close enough at points, especially when you have some of those ideas kind of moving around in there. And keep in mind, I believe Blush is actually a sub on the sub roster, so maybe not the main. Voices are back usually in there, so Blush stepping up here in the playoff position. At the start here, very comfortable state for everyone. You see Epitome and FYS just kind of chilling in that mid lane, throwing spells back and forth. The junglers, of course, taking their time and moving their way throughout their first part of the full clears, with eyes currently, I believe, only on Floops. Floops walked over that ward on those Raptors, so good identification there.
Good identification, especially seeing that those junglers are headed in opposite directions. So they know now that Floops is heading up towards this top side. Obviously, Ornn's going to be super difficult to gank and also so healthy, but that's why you see Night Raven getting that level advantage, pushing him under turret, trying to game prio so they can make sure to secure that crab, as you see both mid laners grabbing early backs, probably going to get some dark seals, refill up on those potions. And in the bottom lane, I think a lot of the reason you're seeing the aggression out of the WJV bottom side here is that they know they've got their jungler on their side of the map and Darius is nowhere close to them.
Yeah, you can go ahead and push, and you're very comfortable with that knowledge as you stated, and I think that's the heads up of a good team. When you identify, of course, where the enemy jungler is, you can push, especially considering even if Crushing Rock and Homura get a little bit more advanced, if they get a little bit more aggressive, you have the Xin Zhao within relative distance that 5 seconds, 7 seconds pass, and you'll have them in there. Right now though, FYS chasing down Epitome, trying to get the slows down, gets another laser, possibly a Q under the tower, and you are gonna find it. FYS though gets slowed up, and you are out of tower range. First blood for FYS.
Incredibly done. They both backed and got to lane at the same time. Both of them TP'd, and FYS just able to land everything, walk forward and destroy Vel'Koz under the own turret. Has to go all the way back from base, was able to grab a potion in the pocket to go back to lane for, but I mean, this is even worse than I thought. I thought that they were going to push it all the way under turret, but Victor's got the wave frozen right in front of his turret. So I mean, a lot lost in terms of gold, obviously. Level change, it's a 2-level advantage for the Victor. This is pretty crushing, and putting Epitome this far back early on a champion that is his strongest, or at least his most played over the course of the season, you're seeing the effects already. It might seem that this lane swap is completely irrelevant to the mid lane, but I mean, I think it's a very intelligent swap because you want to try and get these dragons for your comp because you have a much later scaling team with the Vel'Koz and Jinx. So you can give up those grubs early, or at least the thinking is, if we give up the grubs, it's going to be with our top laner up there. If we want any chance, we've got to make this swap. And now knowing that mid lane is going to be weaker, we need our 2 guys up towards these grubs.
I think that's a little something to play for right now. Source Walker, though, with the multiple members on this mid and top side, which we've seen some teams actually focus on. I know you talked about the Dragons and really wanting it at the start. However, we've seen teams actively chase for those grubs early, especially if you want to get one of those stronger leads. But at the current moment, Weakside jungle victims, they are taking a little bit of time to get over there. Of course, it's not spawned yet. I like the call that Floops is automatically on this dragon. You automatically chase in and say, no time wasted. We are going to be very happy about this position and go ahead and take it for what it is, and maybe even look to try and challenge on those grubs later. Panda taking a big arrow to the back of the head, though, as those two duel in the top side. Raven, though, taking a lot of damage from the tower. Thankfully, you're level 6 and have a full wave. Or Rover might have been willing to dive that.
Yeah, definitely took more shots than he wanted to. They do secure the dragon, obviously thanks to Floop's very quick start, but also the push that Jax was able to secure. But now we look in this top side. Hamur is taking a ton of damage, hit by the choppers.
And right now, I mean,
out of there.
Yeah, Hamura not liking that one. Source Walker even walking up a blush, popping off here a little bit. Ran out of mana though, so not gonna have the rockets for full effect. Of course, though, main thing for WJV is they were actively trying to chase in, but they lost out on those grubs. So big job by Flus to be able to pull everyone off. And now you get to look at those grubs yourselves. It was a 1-1 trade so far. No one taking that third that's up. Floops will collect, so no neutral camp objective to be handed over fully.
Yeah, and that goes to the great play made by Floops there, and the massive lead gained in the mid lane by FYS, still maintaining a level lead. I know right now they're the same, but the XP advantage going towards FYS. Has the components for Catalyst of Aeons. Looks like he's going to go for that new Rod of Ages build. It will help match some of the scaling and be able to push that level advantage or XP advantage even further later on once the Rod completes. I think it's an okay selection here for Victor, excuse me, as we do have Nami coming in mid.
Well, I mean, it's just a little bit of a slow, but there is no flash, which means Epitome is going to get bubbled up. An easy kill drop. FYS being gifted a second. But here comes the answer. Duel over the pink wards here. Hamura getting chunked out here, and Panda making sure that this trip back to the bottom lane is a little bit rougher than you would probably assume. Blush going ahead and clearing out that wave, staying with the CS lead, and especially because you decide to run for that Cole build. I'm going to see how long it takes for the Jinx to get online.
Yeah, gonna be making sure to get that Yuntal's early. I'm not sure why, but I've been seeing a ton of Jinx go for Bork first item, and I hate it, and I'm glad to, at least for now, not be seeing that in this game. Looking at some other itemizations, Ornn has that Sunfire component, going to be able to CS a lot easier under turret. Never going to be easy CSing in this matchup, as you see Jax just bonking them repeatedly, so difficult for the Ornn. Seeing the Swifty boots come out for Darius early. That's Darius's biggest weakness, is being able to stick onto a target. And got the tier stacking up on Varus, trying to just live out this lane. Obviously, like we said, Karma providing shield and so much damage makes it difficult early to get the push. But now that we see the hover from Darius, they might be able to maintain it. We might have a big fight breakout bot side, as Darius right now, you can see the map, wrong side of the map.
Well, wrong side up to us, but right side for the rest of the fight. Top side is duking it out, but really the main ones is on this bottom. Again, keep in mind, Epitome just got their flash up. Floops ghosting for this, gets a wave on top, and right now Panda in a bit of a weird spot, but nice out by WJV. Top side also disengages, but Epitome looking for that dance. Not going to get the knockup, so the full burn with the disintegration rate isn't really going to happen. For how much was tossed down, both TK and WJV willing to kind of step back and say, okay, no worries. FYS, though, the main winner in the mid lane, got the damage, got the CS to come back up, and also got the plate.
Yeah, they are definitely looking to play through FYS right now. I know that I was just commenting on the build, going for a more sustain-oriented Victor build, but that play bottom lane, the only big advantage gained, I feel, is for FYS, because Epitome burnt the flash again. Now this Vel'Koz in the mid lane is going to be in the exact same position for the next 5 minutes, where anytime you walk up and try and actually push in the wave, if Nami shows up, if FYS hits too many abilities, you're just dead again. So it doesn't really matter that the only damage item Victor has is the Doran's Ring. With these Lucidity Boots, it's just going to be so many spells to deal with, going to be so difficult for this Vel'Koz to actually try and get their footing back.
Right now, I think you've already assumed that, hey, I'm not going to win lane, so let's just play smart. Don't get caught. That's why the Swifties are there. You say, I'm just going to speed around, try and dodge a laser, try and stay a little bit further out of range, just like that. And, you know, try and farm up what you can. Your team is going to be there. You can see where Panda is currently hiding out on the back end, just saying, hey, I'm going to be okay. Floops, though, with that blue buff, going to bounce over the wall. Get ready for the Scuttle and the Grub. The Grub's going to be the big thing to take, but a ping goes down as Source Walker looking to try and go for the Dragon themselves. So trades again of those neutral camps, and it'll be very interesting to see how this pans out for the third on either end. Panda and Epitome, though, in check, just making sure Source Walker gets over to the Dragon safely.
I feel like the Grubs get taken a lot in this league because it feels really strong when you get those Void Mites hitting the turret. It makes you feel like you're doing so much and getting so much pressure on the map, pushing down these turrets, getting these early plate, especially getting that plate gold into champs like Varus, like Victor. And also something that isn't often talked about, but the fact that you get a way more experience taking the Void Grubs than a Dragon, it's able to set your jungler a little bit ahead so that if, you know, say 6 Grubs, or taking in this case it's 5, if Darius farms up a camp and finds Xin Zhao in the river alone, he's going to be a level up, as Crushing Rocks using everything on Ornn here.
Well, I like this because take a look at how much of an advantage right now TDK have on this top side. Rover is now taken low, and guess who's in the vicinity? It's a perfect tower dive. Of course, it's granted over towards the side of the Na'Vi, but Night Raven's now going to be in the same position as Panda. It's going to start eating up a lot of those tower shots, and it's a perfect tower dive in that respect as well. However, kill difference and gold might swing into WJV's favor, as they're going to get more plates than they can count. Of course, for TDK, though, they get the 3 kills that they could possibly want, meaning they get that feat in their bucket.
They're also going to get this first turret here because all 5 plates were still on that top tower, and WJV had the wave pushed in already. So just continuing to accelerate Jinx. They're only going to get 2 turrets up here total because Rover expends that teleport. I think I talked early and often about, oh, never mind, Vel'Koz just getting run down. This is his lane right now. But I talked early about how important Nami was going to be, and you're seeing able to make plays all over the map, gets the play made in the mid lane for that second kill on Vel'Koz, comes up topside, and it gets the secure for the kill on Ornn under tower, makes it possible because of the slowed auto attacks granted to Varus. I mean, Hamura has been an extremely strong player all season. I saw even being a starting jungler for many weeks, so it's great to have that player on a very important champ.
I think it's going to continue to be so. We get to see that level of support for the rest of the team, that level of utility also in the back pocket. Right now, TDK are trying to pressure in with that value. They got 5 grubs total towards their name, but as you call it, the tower went down, so everyone is still kind of waiting for that boots upgrade. It's going to come down to who gets this last dragon. I think Herald will be up as well, but for WJV, they can fight for it. Blush is starting to stack up a lot of that CS, about 3 more CS, and you're going to be able to tank in for that Cole check-in. So that's another fun one to play for. You get to go up in an item scaling. Meanwhile, Crushing Rocks still sitting on basic components here. Went for the Swifties instead, just making sure that they are going to play very, very safe and be out of harm's way.
Yeah, it is. If you get ahead on Varus, the spike feels so good completing that U-moves early and just having a completed item way earlier than anyone else in the game. But if you start to fall a little bit behind, it can feel bad very quickly, especially with that cult completed. If Jinx is able to farm up a couple more waves, go back with maybe a minute to go for the dragon, and come to the fight with Yuntal's completed boots and a BF sword ready for that IE, I mean, this Jinx will do so much damage. And with Jax and Darius running forward, if you switch to those rockets, you're gonna be able to do so much. As Crushing Rocks, Varus ult looking a little bit like mine, just a little wide. And, you know, I think that's an okay. You got a minute and a half till Dragon should be up around there. They won't be able to obviously burst Dragon down right away, so it should be getting up right around the time that they're taking it. So just maybe using it now, trying to pressure the wave. They don't want this Jinx to keep free farming and pushing those waves under turret.
I like to give credit, by the way. Crushing Rock threw out that Chain of Corruption, trying to aim a little bit down, hoping to catch Blush. But Blush literally just stood there and said, I don't really care that it's being thrown my way, or didn't know it was being thrown their way. So great dodge by not dodging there. And again, you got to go back to safety. Once again, you completed that coal. You are now able to cash in on that factory, and you're pretty much rocking just above. Yeah, you go ahead and complete a BS sword, which is a huge damage power spike coming up for this dragon. That's coming up in just about a minute, which is huge. The Chemtech, of course, not the most impactful soul to play for, but it's still good to get under your own belt.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be even more strong because of the comp WJV have drafted, where for this Jax Darius to really get through and start disrupting the backline, they've got to get through Ornn and Xin Zhao. So having that damage reduction low is going to be super helpful with the sustain that Xin Zhao has, and obviously all of the resistances built by Ornn going full armor at this point. But for Jinx, being able to get these items early just means that that late game snowball point comes so much sooner.
And that's the scary part about it. Once you see that Jinx online, everything kind of falls to the wayside. So see how it plays out right now. Still very quiet. Hamura pushing up this tower, make sure the grubs are constantly being annoying. The voidlings is kind of eating away at this tower. But at the same time, you're taking position inside of this jungle. Now, keep in mind, TDK have actually done a really nice job keeping deep wards in there. Take a look at that. A ward all the way in the back, finally taken away. So WJV realizing how deep this plan goes. Victor on the bot side, though, this is going to be a little bit of a pinch. TDK waiting for an edge. Recall coming out of Rover, so they're able to buy up. And Source Walker going to bring out the fight. In goes the wave, and it's going to catch everyone on the side of WJV. So everyone backs away. The Crescent Guard was enough to deny. So an ult for an ult leaves everyone fairly okay, but a piercing arrow lands on the backside.
Yeah, they're going to have to readjust. They have to go back and push that wave back in. This will allow TDK to gain control. Chains of Corruptions do hit, forces out the cleanse, but now I think a little bit too much has been expended. Makes it super difficult for WJV to gain control back, and teleport only available for Jax.
I mean, yeah, that's actually going to be the play, and that's why you're chasing right now. Laser comes out here, and they're going to do damage to Amura. Amura falls, in goes the Chaos Storm, but FYS doesn't really have the damage to back it up, and that means that everyone on the side of WJV gets to walk away. They are low, but they've done enough damage that it's TDK that walk away after losing another life. Really well done, and now Crushing Rock has to flash to safety, which leaves Dragon fair and open. Weakside jungle victims claim the fight and the Dragon.
Yeah, that was a little bit crazy by Hamura. I'm not sure if I saw the same angle. The flash bubble attempted on Nami, and even though it did hit two members, there's just no follow-up. Even with the long range of Victor and Varus, they aren't able to get any damage down onto the targets hit by the bubble. And you see, we talked about the different item paths that are available. Karma went for that Moonstone, so if you try and go for those extended fights where someone's going forward and landing CC, if that follow-up is not immediate, the Karma is going to keep everybody so safe. And Nami just obviously gets exploded in an instant. Got the Blackfire Torch on Vel'Koz, so when that ultimate comes down and tags everyone, the amount of adaptive force gained is so much. So now it's kind of equalized. The early game lead TDK gained. Now we're seeing it kind of slip back. It's only a 200 gold lead at the moment, and Epitome, as you see here, able to actually gain some footing in this 1v1 matchup versus Victor, but TDK want to try and get that Herald, get this top turret, and open up the map.
I mean, which they've done very, very cleanly. You allow Night Ravens to continue stacking up. You're doing well with that Triforce in hand, and you're allowing the rest of your team to kind of make moves around the map. At this moment, I feel like everyone in this game is sitting pretty happy with where they are at. Of course, the next global objective, this Herald, will go the way of TDK, meaning they go ahead and claim the boots upgrades. Not only that, have a lot of pushing power in the top, mid, or bot, depending on where they want to go to break down their second and possibly third towers of this game.
Yeah, seeing some counter jungling come in here. See all that, like you mentioned, that deep vision on the side of WJV. Have this entire quadrant warded, and now only one camp available for Darius to take his Gromp all the way up on the top side. And confused to see all this grouping here. Both mid turrets are still available, so it looks like we're just trying to really posture, grab that mid turret. Hamura caught.
Oh no, that's going to be dangerous, and WJV immediately pounced for it. Thankfully, it is more, as much as I hate to say that, that is only one. You sacrifice your life for the rest of the team. Runas Otacon on the top side. Spawn in, ready to go, but Night Ravens really wants to chase this down. It's a long, long lane, but Night Ravens doesn't want to take that chance because we do see a chance here in the mid lane for a tower. Lethal's Herald actually dropped as well, so that's going to be rough. Crushing Rock now, about to be crushed in their own, and it's such a great play as Source Walker takes that shutdown.
I mean, just complete coordination. Epitome throws out that ult, and then Blush immediately follows up. Sourcewalker cleans it, and Floops had a pretty decent angle to pull in Xin and maybe utilize him being in between two turrets to grab a return kill, but just immediate Crescent Guard use means that Floops gets shoved back into his own jungle. Now he's hoping to just find some jungle camps up and available. Does have a level lead, but I mean, it really doesn't feel like much of a lead when can't get easy access into any of these fights. They put down the Rift Herald mid to maybe try and get the turret, push in that lane to allow them better access to these objective fights, but the Herald ends up going down without even charging because of that coordinated response in the mid lane. So Loops is going to have to find his way into these fights, going for the full movement speed build that allowed Darius to become meta in the jungle. He's going to try and get that Dead Man's Plate next. So let's hope that indexing into this full movement speed, let's hope that there's enough damage coming out, able to stack up that passive so that they can be a real menace in this fight.
And the fact that we even have to say that Floops needs to find a way into this, into these fights, into this game, I think shows how well WJV are being coordinated. You mentioned their coordination earlier, but I want to take it a step further because they've actively not just been kind of fighting TDK off of some of these global objectives, but they've also been fighting them into choke points, which for the composition feels a lot more like they want to do a front to back, with Rover in the front, you ult in and all that fun stuff. But the reason WJV have actually been able to bridge 3 kills in a row without losing a single member is because they've been looking for those picks, is because they're willing to dump a lot of util and a lot of abilities into a single player, take them down, and then rotate back out. They are willing to play this poke comp and keep filtering small amounts of gold until we see that experience come up here. And especially because of this dragon coming up next, if WJV are able to collect and able to put a lot of their weight forward, especially with the 2-item power spike Blush, this could be that turning point where we see a big breakaway in the gold and in the game swing.
Yeah, Victor does have 2 items, has a damage item fully unlocked, so now they're coming in here, clearing out the vision. They're going to have the push in the mid lane, at least momentarily, until Blush kills that creep and allows the next wave to come through. Smite comes down. Looks like TDK does get the Rift Scuttle, so they're going to have a vision no matter what. Floops gets engaged on.
Oh, and Floops has no way out. What a great snipe. Rover knocks them up, and Bubble misses anyways. Difficult times because TDK now lose their jungler, meaning they have to go for a random steal. But WJV gonna make sure it's all theirs. Well timed, well played. WJV put themselves most likely on soul point.
And you talk about the coordination, it's so perfectly displayed there. Epitome just rips the ultimate immediately, has the horizon focus, so there's no chance Darius can hide after they hit that ult, and then everyone just unloads their kits, kills that one target. And you mentioned that it was all those kills in a row without losing a single member. Only 1 kill gained, but you kill the jungler, and essentially eliminates any chance at a contest. Maybe a Varus arrow fully charged up can do the trick, but they've set so much vision, you're going to have such a hard time finding an angle. And, when you see these teams really execute these comps where you need to exhibit some discipline, it's always these high-ranked teams, and that's the kind of gameplay you expect out of a finalist in this league.
It's just so well placed, so well done, and we mentioned this game. It's going to be against top teams, but also just what can you show? Are you really going to be tested here? And WJV are starting things off well. For TDK though, they have the makings of a very aggressive kind of versatile composition. We talked about that damage threshold, the ability of any of these champions to really pop off. We've seen Darius's clear house 1v4, 1v5 if they can get into the mix. We've seen Victor's run team fights if they are given time to throw down the abilities. We've seen Night Raven specifically be able to take over fights if they are given the space to do so on the Jackson. So many if conditions may not be applied here towards this game. Right now we are taking a look. Herald is already gone, meaning the Baron is next on the table if they so wish to claim it. And it looks like that's what they're looking at here. Heavy wardage by WJV going to be used to clear out the top side of TDK.
Yeah, and there were a ton of control wards committed to the bot side because of those early dragon takes. But now, again, pushing in mid, you see all of WJV collapsing. They don't want to give this turret up for free. I don't think they have a choice, but this could be a huge fight here.
Yep, I mean, we say for free, and sometimes it's a whole different story. Flutes, though, able to turn it around, try and get on Epitome. Epitome taking quite low. Shield is up, though, and you're going to survive the bleed as well. Flutes not able to find the kill, and that means Epitome gets to fire away yet again. It's pick number 1. Rover runs straight into a wall. You did get the tower, but you paid with your life once again, and with the jungler down, we see eyes maybe looking towards those global objectives.
I mean, it's so difficult for them to team fight with the composition they drafted. Darius actually got a decent amount of damage down in that fight, getting inside the Crescent Guard, gets the ultimate off onto Vel'Koz, but the Karma just keeps them so well shielded up, and now Night Ravens is in the middle of all of them.
And you don't like to be there. Thankfully, the Jax has a little bit more out, but you are getting pinned. So much CC. Raw damage in through Panda. Finds Night Raven and TDK falling like individual dominoes. And this is going to be the Baron as well. Epitome getting chunked out here might be chased out as well, as that's a flash forward. FYS wanting at least a kill back. Final laser to pierce through, and it will be a shutdown to FYS. However, it's a small consolation prize for WJV, who claimed the buff.
Yeah, Varus could try and hit that bottom turret, but just again, great coordination. They win the fight mid. They immediately head top, knowing that they have their choice of objectives. Night Ravens doesn't respect them all being there, stays, gets caught. And you're seeing, though, the strength that this Victor does have with that, the Leandri's Anguish completed. Now the Void Staff has a lot of damage down. I think the only chance I see TDK really decisively taking a team fight with the composition they've drafted is through flanks. If Jax can find an angle, or Darius can find an angle that isn't just running through the front line trying to get at the backliners, I think that they'll have a much better chance of Victor and Varus being able to get damage down, because otherwise it's just these team comps 5v5 running at each other, and Sourcewalker and Rover are going to be able to keep these members off of Jinx and Vel'Koz so effectively because there's no hard engage drafted to the side of TDK. Either that, or they're going to index heavily into side laning.
Uh-oh. And side laning might be the way to go, as right now Rover allowing the rest of the team to join on in. Tanks 4 tower shots for the rest of the team, forcing Night Ravens away. And now you're just going to go ahead and build up for the rest of the team. What are you completing? You send out the anvil. You go ahead and give a component and a half to a teammate, as Blush is now activated. Same with the Xin Zhao. And the tower is more than enough. Again, for WJV, they are playing the macro game very, very comfortably. Maybe not the cleanest, of course, but you take a kill, you take an objective, you take a kill, take an objective, take a kill, take an objective, and now you look at the dragon.
Yep, they want to peel back onto this dragon. Now, they did do very well, forcing many members to go back with a lot of damage put out by the Varus and the Victor. That is the strength of this comp. They will be able to wave clear very effectively for quite a long time. But now, having a much more advantageous position for the dragon. If I'm WJV, I just give this. I mean, you don't need to contest this. You only have the one dragon, but I think they're going to force it.
The force is a little bit late, though. They were waiting for Rover to get in, and maybe you look at it a little bit more, but a very nice stasis field denies any further transgression, and TDK able to sneak one away for themselves. But of course, that leaves the Octagon very open for the taking.
Yep, immediate pings come down. Everyone's pinging. Everyone's running up there. They do have teleports to answer, so Jax and Victor can get there very quickly. It doesn't look like they have a wave down the top lane, but they don't have really the gumption to go for this right now. And I get it, no vision. You probably know that they're on it as pings do come down, but no real way to contest. Blue orb does come, so they definitely know what's happening now, but I don't think they're going to be here in time unless the massive arrow steal
Oh, it could come through, but it's a little bit late. But you can see the damage,
A lot of damage
that
to Blush.
can be done there. TP moving around as we spin a little bit further away. We do apologize, as it looks like WJV are being run out of the map. But no, we turn back and Blush is still alive. Rover even being able to survive now. Source Walker flashing over the wall. Quadruple knock up into the disintegration ray. It does more than enough to turn the fight for WJV as TDK overstep their boundaries and lose 2.
I mean, that was about the best fight you could have possibly had, as Swordswalker almost sniped out. They're going to keep running them down in this top lane. Everyone's jumping in.
Oh, the amplified blast cones do enough work to get everyone close, but that angle geometry ain't gonna save, or ain't gonna catch Hamor. Instead, it's just a raw rundown. Rover tanks it up, and it's 3 there for the team. Rover, though, gonna run an interference, try and save Panda, which honestly I'm not so sure about. You have a 250 gold bounty on your head, but TDA can't contest, so WJV once again claim a fight without losing a soul.
I mean, that is a real bad feel right there, because the team fight that they got in that tri-brush, everyone is right there. There's no real distinguishing between the front line, back line. Everyone's just piled into this choke. Probably the best fight TDK is going to be able to get at this point in the game. They get so much damage down onto Rover, but he's able to live, gets out, and then immediately turns back in with a 4-man knock-up from that ultimate. And just immediately from that point, even though all the members were about full HP, you know that the fight is just over, because, like you said, the disintegration ray comes down instantly. They have to turn around. Even the ones that weren't really in range to die from it, they know that they're going to take so much damage from that ability. And then it's just, you know, turn tail and run, just get out of there, try and keep as many members alive as possible. And now, you know, we were talking not only about the fight, but they get the Ruinous Otacon, so you get that buff onto the damage resistance from the Chem Dragons, and now you have all that XP advantage gained from the flowers. Only person with huge leads on TDK is still just in the mid lane from that Rod of Ages, but every other role really falling behind, and Night Raven's trying to split again.
I mean, this is what you were just talking about. The fact that FYS has a main source of a lead, but it's Night Ravens that's kind of falling on the wayside. Right now, we can see Epitome trying to save this mid lane, and you are going to do more than enough bubble to try and stop the disintegration wave, but the damage has already been done. Rocket flying right by Crushing Rock, who flashes out to safety. That could have been death right there, but burning that flash is huge, considering Dragon will be up in 1.5 minutes, which could be slow for WJV.
Yeah, I want to take a moment here to really give a huge shout out to Epitome. Playing one of their signature champions, we read out the all-star list before, and one of the few members from Weakside Jungle that didn't get a shout out was Epitome, and I feel like part of that is because of these unique picks, and they're doing a great job.
Yeah, they are. Once again, Floops on there. Darius has just not yielded results, and Source Walker walking all over the water here. 3-0 and 8, unkillable alongside Blush, and they're just going to go straight for the Baron. There is no stopping this. TDK have no response, but they are going to try. No matter what, it's still a 4v3 TP coming in here. Going to be a 5v4 instead. Baron goes down now. Do they get the turn? TP rolling in. Rover ready with the ult. Brings out the Horn, snipes out FYS. Gets a knock up from over the wall. It's a perfect play from WJV. Since about minute 7, they have only given 1 kill, and they look to maintain their dominance.
I mean, just incredible team play. I was going to say about Epitome, the ability to soak up so much pressure, losing early game, but able to stay in it, find so much damage, and utilize this champ to its fullest. But you're seeing, I mean, we could just take the rest of the game and talk about how individually skilled all these players are. Rover, so much mastery of Ornn. I feel like when you get to be good at this champ, you can really take over games just with the CC alone. As you said, finds the knock up over the wall, knows how the champ works, just hit it into the wall. They're close enough to it on the other side, you'll get the knock up. And now, I mean, they might look for an end here. They don't have many minions on this wave, and I mentioned about the wave clear being so good on the side of TDK, but I think this is a moment for them to really show even more great macro, as they have decided they're just going to take the Dragon Soul as Night Ravens continues to rage split push up top side. They do have 2 members up here now.
Oh, and Epitome realizes that, yeah, you are the squishiest of all the members, so now you get to try and punish them. But that is Soul handed over to WJV, and Night Ravens and Floops, they're just like, we're trying to take scraps, man. We're trying to take whatever we can. It just doesn't feel as great as watching that dragon go down. At this point, WJV quite literally have everything in their hands outside of the Elder. And they're looking to push it. 3.5 items now on the Jinx, ready to go with that domination. Lord Dominic's regards completed. And just like that, WJV can close out this game.
Yeah, full crit on the Jinx, has the Runaan's Hurricane, so able to just truly eliminate anyone that comes in their path. Looks like they are trying to just grab some late farm. WJV, I want to see them close out this game cleanly. This is the first game of a best of 5, and you know, it doesn't really matter. They could win this game and not win another game and, you know, lose the series. So I want to see them close this out cleanly. They have Baron buff for a while longer, so let's play on 2 lanes. Let's try and get 2 inhibitors down on this push. Looks like FYS is going to prevent that for now by pushing out this bottom lane. Hoping to get out of here. Probably not going to be able to know the stop.
Nope. Source Walker is like, hey, freebie, FYS, no flash, no nothing, no health. You're just gone at this point. WJV are just doing side quests. They're quite literally doing whatever they wish to do. And I really hope they do just kind of push down this mid lane. It's a long series. You want to cut this as quickly as possible. And it looks like they're going to do so. Rover not having TP, but going ahead and recalling. What are you going to pick up for yourself? You are going to protect this top side, as it is going to be the final push here for WJV, looking to break the base.
Yeah, and I keep mentioning the wave clear because it is going to be difficult to get down multiple structures. They do pull Rover away by having Night Ravens continue to push into this top side. They can't actually match with only one member, so he's going to continue pushing down. So it looks like all they're going to be able to get is that one inhibitor, and without a neutral objective to fight for more than 2.5 minutes, again, it's just going to be about taking what you can get, taking out all the jungle camps to continue to bleed the CS dry from TDK. Very smart for Hamura to know that they're probably waiting, trying to get picks. Floops might not be as patient, though, just barreling into his red side, trying to pick up some of these camps.
And I think if anyone is able to do a 1v1 right now, Floops might be the closest outside of FYS. And the only reason I don't say FYS is because FYS is a squishy. Even though you have the Rod of Ages, you're an AP carry at the end of the day. Floops, though, 2.5, 3 items completed with the Swifties in hand. You can dance and get the bleed down as well as possible. It's just if anyone sticks to you, that's going to be the problem. But of course, WJV going ahead and recalling, don't want to push this bot side out any further. Baron will be up in about 2 minutes, but this time I think they're collecting on this top side, try and catch Night Ravens and look for victory on the top side.
Yep, it's the one lane they haven't really been able to push down. Still an inner turret up and available. Looks like they are going to collapse up here. Epitome appears alone now, so the crab is gotten, and Floops can just run out with that empowered blast cone. But this is their goal. Like you said, they want to get this last wave pushed down. Maybe have Source Walker escort in the mid wave because they do have super minions coming down there. Try and, like I said earlier, get on 2 waves, split up TDK so that they can't effectively wave clear as easily. But Blush, just so much so much range at this point.
Well, not just that, the laser destroying Night Raven's HP bar. You're gone. You're forced away once again, and this is a 4v5 position. Floops try to get the upper hand, but doesn't get anything in return. Wave goes out to deny a little bit further, and quite literally burning ultimates just to clear the wave and save your top side is one of the most dangerous indicators of a game over, and TDK know it.
Yeah, and Blush does have to use the flash cleanse because they got hit by the chains of corruption. So that is going to be a pretty big cooldown with Baron up, but Floop's just running in blind.
Oh no, and this time you're not in the right position to do so. Nice little stasis barrier though, going ahead trying to keep him low, but Rover is here, and we know what happens when Rover is around. In comes the ult. You turn to look the other way. FYS is able to flash, but you still flash into the knockup. Rocket goes sideways, but the damage comes true. Hamura getting geometry here as they flash and heal to safety. Arrow goes out, but it barely pierces Rover's hat, as this just might be GG. WJV going ahead, lining things up. Chain of Corruption lands though, and this might be the turn. TDK putting up one last fight, and Floop just gives out more of a whimper. Rockets on rockets on rockets. Blush is on a killing spree, steps up for the triple, and that is the ace for WJV as they claim game number 1.
I mean, just so much control exhibited from early on. 5 kills given, and 3 of those came so early. dominant first victory for the side of Weakside Jungle. Victims, seems like they got everything they wanted in the draft and they executed it perfectly.
Every single moment felt controlled, and we mentioned it before, the fact that 3 kills were given early over to the side of TDK, and after that nothing. They were given no quarter, and it was fantastic. We mentioned before, Weakside Jungle Victims, they are mechanically skilled, but this time around their macro shone through like a giant beacon in the darkness. I have to ask, where would you decide to go from here if you are looking at the side of Death Knights? Where would you want to place a lot of that value for the team, and what do you want to see them change up for game 2?
I think you need a much more cohesive team composition. I mentioned it early, but Jax and Darius are 2 champs that want to fight, but don't have any real way to force a fight. You pair that with Victor and Varus, who definitely want to be allowing the enemy team to walk into them. I feel like you can see just by the damage charts, Darius not having much of an impact, but if that was something like a Vi, or maybe even you fully index into that, walk back and go for one of these AP junglers, maybe change up the support pick. I feel like they just need more hard engage. They need more of a way to start these fights, because you look at Epitome, put so far behind early, and just because of the nature of their team comp and the comp that they drafted into, was able to just sit back and deal out so much damage, most in the game, even while being set back early. So I think for TDK, everything is available. Let's just go back to the drawing board and try and get some more simple engage champs.
Well, let's see if they can do so right now. This is just game 1 of possibly 5, and for a fact it's gonna get real spicy. So of course we want to give options open, but before we do that, we want to give a big shout out as to who is willing to help us out bring this broadcast to life, and it is of course Zen Market. Have you ever had a problem longing for that special Japanese item but can't find it locally? Well, we have the solution for you. Zen Market is your one-stop solution for buying products directly from Japan. They'll help you buy items from over 10,000 shops in Japan, as well as place bids on auctions on your behalf. They'll even consolidate all of your items safely into one box and can ship internationally. They provide excellent customer service in 19 languages, which is why Zen Market is trusted by over 2 million users worldwide. Check the panel below the stream or click the link in the chat to try them out. Now, if you sign up with promo code Aegis, you'll get 1,000 yen off your first international shipping fee. That is AEGIS. Go ahead and check them out now as we head to a short break, and we will see you all for draft for game 2.
迅速な発送ですぐにお届けします。あ、ボクセット？
大丈夫？
でも直接来てくれたの？これって
漫画みたいだったね。
しかも今衣装着てるし、花でもあれば完璧なのに。
完璧だよ。壊れ物だから自分で届けたかったんだ。
あなたって完璧。ありがとう、ゼンマーケット。
And we are back, ready to go for game number 2 in what felt like a very slow, methodical game. That's what we kind of saw out of Weakside Jungle Victims, a team that looked amazingly comfortable with not taking these exorbitant fights, with not taking these high-risk gambles. Instead, it was Death Knights that just kind of rolled over into death. And as we head into game number 2, Death Knights are going to be sitting on that blue side once again. So I can only assume the draft is going to be pretty much the exact same.
Yeah, pretty much the same, unlike my camera quality, which has absolutely plummeted all of a sudden. I mean, that's what happens here in ADL. I'm just, subbing in now. I'm getting flashbang.
We'll fix it later. Yeah, let's look at this draft real quick. Vel'Koz banned away appropriately, and now the Xin Zhao also stolen. Okay, so big changes for Death Knights.
Yeah, taking away the Xin Zhao. Source Walker ended up playing really well on it late into the game, was doing a lot of damage, finding picks, able to peel really well. And I think that this is a champion much more suited to the strength of Floops, able to actually find their own way into fights, stick onto targets, and especially having a lot more early game prio, being able to start fights early and win fights, not having to rely as much on laners. Volibear response is, could be top, could be jungle, has some strength into the Xin Zhao, able to shield and heal themselves to make sure that they can survive through those early skirmishes. If I'm WJV, I just grab the Jinx again. I mean, Blush looks so good on it, was so in control, was able to scale up so well. And I mean, I really think that Volibear is a champ you can just plug in, put in the Xin Zhao role, because you were getting so much engaged through Ornn last game. You didn't really need Xin Zhao to start much. And Volibear, while he doesn't have the Crescent Guard, has so much more health, has the abilities to up that max health, get themselves shielding, get themselves healing. So I think that right away, WJV is off to a good start.
Yeah, it's a very comfortable one as well. But here's the thing that I do want to see, because of that Vel'Koz not being given over, I do want to see the counter pick to come out here. And TDK now kind of hovering that silliness, and they are going to lock it in. I did mess up earlier. I said WJV were the ones that had that pocket Kog'Maw, but no, I do believe it was Crushing Rock that had a very excitable time. I was trying to double check which one it was, but they do go ahead and grab the Kog'Maw. They now had the versatility of the Ahri in the mid lane, great lane dominance, but also a nice flanker if you need to join in with that Xin Zhao. But WJV, they say, screw whoever's in the front. We know we can play this style, and we go ahead and just build our comp up from the ground up.
Yeah, it's so funny seeing Fearless for a couple months now. I feel like a piece of my heart still loves these standard drafts where WJV coming out last game, they're like, we played nearly perfect. Why should we change anything? Okay, they take Xin Zhao. Let's just what's next best up? Volibear, put that in there, and let's just keep ourselves on this path to victory. And TDK, I do like that they're making adjustments, because I thought that the Varus was good, dealt a ton of damage, kept itself safe. I feel like Ahri is much better for Fizz, because Victor, goes the Rod of Aegis first, still does so much damage, but Ahri has so much more ability to find fights and grab skirmishes and take control of lane, and Kog'Maw will be much better at, front to back, taking out these team comps. So even if they draft another really long range mid laner for WJV, Kog'Maw is at least going to give you the ability to get that front line down so they have a chance to access the back line.
Which is why we're seeing some of that safety taken away now. You look at that Braum being denied, you want to make sure that you can access that Kog'Maw, as you said. At the same time, the multiple safeties taken away just as well from the mid lane. The Mel and the Seraphim both denied. These are great team fight turning options here. I mean, if you have a Charm reflected back at you, it's a problem. If you have the Encore flying through you, it's a problem. Both of these can be great. But the Fiora ban, respect handed towards that top side, saying, hey, Night Ravens, you might not have had the most impactful moment on the Jax, but you are still a dangerous player, and I can appreciate that one. Now WJV have to decide, do you want to blind your support, or do you want to blind your or do you want to challenge in that mid lane? And I actually respect this. You go ahead and grab that support up. You say, hey, we're just going to get that safety either way. The Nami is still available, but we don't want to worry about that one. We want that permanent cleanse in our hands.
Yeah, really strong, especially against, Ahri and Zhao, because they're going to dive in. If they land that early CC, Milio can just easy cleanse. It also kind of pinches TDK, because if they want to index into a more engage heavy comp, you've got to be careful. You've got to pick champs like Ambessa that want to get into the fight but don't have hard CC, because Milio is just going to cleanse it away. So you don't want to just give them play right into that comp. I see the hover. I wrote it down that we've got a Shaco player on our hands, but now in the support, not going to pick it up. But I really like what WJV has done, but I like TDK's response. Bard, interesting. You have some immobile carries here. Jinx, gets a ton of movement speed, but other than that, no dashes, no blinks, nothing like that. So Bard is going to be able to pick out some of these members. Going to be a hard lane, but Kog'Maw's got very few winning lanes because it takes so long for this champ to scale up. But once it does, it's going to be difficult for Ornn and Volley to keep up. So they match it. And they say, you want to scale? We'll scale. And Kayle does it so well. I cast a Kayle game a couple days ago, and I was wondering, who in the world is brave enough to pull this pick out? One player in the world in Tier 1 leagues has pulled out the Kayle, and it was Zeus in a for fun game at first stand, and of course he smashed with it. So I want to see here Rover, or Epitome, last game on the Vel'Koz put behind early, and I think they're figuring, if the guy loses early, let's give him a champ that it doesn't really matter, because as long as we go late, Kayle is going to be super useful.
Yeah, and that's what you're kind of banking on. You're hoping for a much quieter early game just like before, and then scale into that mid to late. The problem is I think TDK have already opted for something different. We kind of glazed over that Mbessa. We didn't even talk about it, but we have to get credit. Mbessa can take over games, can snipe out the likes of the Kayle, of the Jinx. This is already looking like TDK are more willing to jump into frays. That's all I'm going to say here. 3 champions that don't need a ghost to get to you, don't need to burn a summoner spell. You have the dashes pretty much between everyone. So my eyes here for TDK, Jack, I got to ask you, do you think they'll be able to access and have a much more comfortable early game here? Because again, it was crickets through the early mid for them. This one, we should be seeing more fights early, right?
Yeah, they've got much more volatile mid and top lane, because obviously Jax uses that counter strike, kind of just runs forward and forces you to back off, but Mbessa kind of invites you to engage into these fights more and is able to get a lot more consistent damage down. And Ahri, even before she hits level 6, the reason Ahri is so strong right now is because she has 2 spells that go through every minion. You can't block them, and you're kind of, you want to get out of the minions because you don't want her to be able to hit you and push the wave at the same time. But if you stand out of the minions, you get charmed. That's a free electrocute proc. All of her spells hit you. So I just feel like the champ is in such a strong spot. And you saw what, FYS was able to do on Victor last game, building Rod of Ages first. Imagine what they're going to be able to do on Ahri. And then once they get to team fighting, I mean, the amount of dashes that are going to come through, Bard is, putting everyone in stasis. These are going to be some chaotic team fights for TDK.
I think it all comes down to the variability, this versatility of the comp, and the ability to make their way around fights. I have to agree with you on that point. WJV, it's not going to be front to back this time. It's all sides versus you, and you are praying that Kayle has a really good time in the mid lane, which I'm not sure it's going to happen. It's a mobile melee for about 6 levels before you even get any sort of value. So we'll see how it plays out. WJV up 1. TDK chasing their first here in a BO5 in the grand finals. 1 team will walk away champions. 1 only the runner-up. We'll see how that goes and who takes game number 2 when we come back from this break.
And they say I have a grim sense of humor.
It is game number 2 with a slew of new champions and some old, but a drastically different identity for TDK now, as they have far more engage than maybe we were expecting. And for WJV, still much the same. Difference being, you aren't going to have that Vel'Koz kind of off rip. Instead, it's the Kale, a hyper carry in the mid lane that won't be online till about, a good 30-35 minutes.
Yeah, seeing this 5-point stance, everyone just showing up, looking up and down at these summoners' abilities, as we're going to look at our massive mini-map for you. Just wanted to showcase that 5-point start, how great it was. And itemizations, I'm liking the decision a lot by Epitome to go Doran's Shield, just fully acknowledging I am going to lose this lane, and I'm going to lose it pretty hard if I don't really put effort into sustaining myself. So I mean, it's like you said in draft, Kale isn't a real champion until level 6. And then you kind of, that's when you start the game. But that's not the case for Ahri. Ahri becomes very dangerous as early as level 2. If you decide to go Charm second because you've gotten enough poke down on that first wave and a half, you can, as the teleport, but if Execute comes back off cooldown, you can have kill threat early. And I don't think it was much later in game 1 where Fizz was able to get that first kill. So Epitome is going to have to be very safe, and part of that safety is going to come from that itemization.
I think another interesting thing is Epitome also opted for the press the attack, which is, in my opinion, a very late game. You're not going with that fleet footwork, not going for that sustain in the lane. You are opting for the trades to lose your HP, which now puts another decisive issue on board. Keep in mind, WJV, one of the main reasons that they are able to take over the game so comfortably is their, I think, decent ability to fight in the mid lane, whether it be a 50-50 or not. Now Sourcewalker has to understand that you're not going to have that freedom anymore. It's not going to be as comfortable as before. Instead, what's most likely going to happen is FIS is going to have control a good 80% of the time, which means Sourcewalker is kind of on their own if you wish to get a little bit jiggy around those global objectives.
Yeah, and like I said, level 2 is here, and already so low is Epitome. Luckily, got Sourcewalker right behind them in that moment. Already early game, seeing very similar outcomes in the top side as well, with Night Ravens getting so much damage down, so much pressure already being put down. And again, the Jinx lane getting the push early on. Luckily this time, you've got 2 champs that, know that they're going to get pushed in. And I feel like what they have this game a little bit more explicitly, because Nami was able to roam well last game, but now getting the Bard, the roaming's built into the kit, going to be able to get into the mid lane to help Fizz push the advantage early and try and get even more accelerated and still be able to get back bottom side to protect the Kog'Maw from dives. I think that this was a very, very intentional difference in the draft of trying to shore up some of the mid-game issues they had from last game.
Yeah, you can already see Hamura trying to get into the mix, trying to get vision down for Floops. And Floops, of course, showing that they are still in the area. One of the big things is this time both junglers started on the top side, as you called out earlier. It's a little bit of a different pacing. Both junglers now realizing that they are on the same sides, which means Sourcewalker actually got a little bit of a faster clear, as we now see kind of that roam over. Hamura are going to be helping out with this scuttle on the top side, which does enable Floops to keep pace with Sourcewalker.
Yeah, I like that they're not really swapping fully, as Kog'Maw is waiting to come up. Does look like they are going to actually commit fully to the swap. Only difference is Floops hasn't taken the first back yet. So if they try to go for something, I'm expecting Xin Zhao to try and get a back off here. Kog'Maw walking back down bottom side. I think this is actually a very smart decision by TDK. Expecting the swap.
It really, really is. Panda now getting jumped on here, and you're so squishy, you're gonna get dove. It's an easy finish on the first blood. Night Raven says thank you very much, and it's a painful one. We saw it from a mile away, but WJV, of course, caught very off guard.
Yeah, it's just such an interesting swap they pull off where, like we keep saying, Kog'Maw is going to take a super long time to come online. So if we put them solo against the top laner, they're going to do okay. If at worst, they're just going to farm under turret, but with the range, able to keep the Ornn pushed in. So you put those champs topside, the two melees empowered by Ornn to fly in from behind, and that's way more damage than they were expecting to be available in that skirmish. And I mean, you would have liked to catch out someone who you'd be able to put more far behind, but honestly, I don't think they really care. Getting that gold into Ambessa, she's going to be able to push the advantage. Night Ravens is going to be able to really... I mean, now that they're not swapping, they're keeping Night Ravens top, I feel like it's going to help even more because they were able to go back and get that Caulfields. So now they can CS much easier under turret, and you can kind of stop the acceleration that WJV are hoping for and facilitate your own.
Let's see how much further they can go. Right now, Epitome actually stepping up into the mix. Floops realizing maybe you don't want to be here right now. That's a flash forward into an immediate stun, and Epitome is going to try and step up, but Floops again having that safety from Hamura. Very, very nice out, and FYS might be looking to cut off with some of the HP value trades. TDK, though, once again with their first blood, though, losing out on the macro game. And this is one of the exceptional points that we talked about before. It feels like WJV didn't always play for the kills specifically. They're more than willing to kind of pace out, look for those camps instead. When they do take it this time, and for what it's worth, a clean 3 grub take for themselves.
Yeah, they know after that top kill, Xin Zhao's for sure going to base. So they know that if they get into the river and specifically try and get one of those entry points, either the mid brush, banana brush, or from that opposite blue wall, they're going to be able to find someone trying to enter that grub pit. And they go 4 members strong, are able to grab all 3 this time. Panda walking into that bush, a little unsafe, but best here.
Very, very nice snipe, as we talked about again, as Night Ravens is like, please let me get that kill. However, with that exhaust, you're able to turn it around. Source Walker trying to run in, but stunned out by Hamura. And right now, this Bard is already paying dividends, even without the specific roams.
Yep, really great adaptation from the side of WJV. They recognize in this draft so many members want to just run forward and fight you. So Milio, having so much in the kit, having the cleanse, having shields, having heals, why don't we go for that exhaust? Going to be able to really stop a lot of what TDK want to do in this entire game. And just really well done. Also in terms of, you know, changes we're seeing in this game. I love the Epitome buying Cull decision here, because this is what you're going to be seeing out of KO for quite some time now. Does have level 6, so now is ranged, going to be able to make CSing a lot easier under turret, but still not going to be able to do really any damage. So let's continue to just wait up, continue to scale. We don't need that gold now, and able to now, with some of that additional AD, push forward a little and try and maybe not just submit to farming under turret for the rest of the game. I was gonna say that Ahri skin is a bit dangerous. I thought that was the charm coming out, but the Q is just pink on this skin, so that might end up catching someone later.
Yeah, it's only on the return, though, but what I was laughing at is Epitome actually dancing around, has actually dodged out about 4 charms in a row, might force the Spirit Rush out. That's going to be an ult in, and it does, as that's a couple auto attacks. Epitome went too far. You're going to try and step in. You take another tower shot, Epitome. Limit testing a little bit too close to the sun, and FYS gets a freebie.
I mean, if you're going to go for that play, you want to ult and then flash react so that you can stay in auto range, but just doesn't time the abilities well enough. Doesn't have the auto reset with the E ability that has that execute built into it. So isn't able to do enough damage. And then, like you said, you're stuck in between 2 turrets, nowhere to go, and just kind of has to concede that they've gone too far, give over the kill, come back out of base and just say, okay, let's, you know, we figured out we can't do that anymore. That was the limit. We tested it and we failed. So let's just go back and just start farming again from scratch. And, you know, I trust in WJV because last game they were in a very, very similar situation where they'd had, you know, a couple deaths early game. Mid lane was starting to fall behind a little bit. But like we talked about adaptations for TDK, WJV decided, you know, let's just build into the same exact idea where if we fall behind, we still have Jinx that can play very safe and gain an advantage early, snowball into the late game, and now let's protect Epitome by getting them some insurance as well. But now we're seeing a lot of fighting for control over this river, although Dragon is not up for about 2 minutes. They do want to make sure that they can keep the push available in this bottom side.
Oh, Blush. It feels like you kind of knew this was coming here. And you lose that flash in there, so feels kind of bad. And that's the thing with Bard, you have to respect the ability to kind of make your way back in to these lanes, and that's gonna be a jump forward as Floop said, hey, I see you right there, Source Walker. And they're gonna dive this. I'm not sure about this, but it does land with the rocket. Source Walker is gonna be taken quite low and will go down, but not before trading. Blush realizing you don't win this one at all, and you're gonna run away. Good flash from Amora to go ahead and secure that finish. And unlike game number 1, TDK are not only getting kills, but the gold lead as well.
You know, I really thought that was an overstep from TDK because, you know, Floops goes in and there's just no real damage coming out from Crushing Rock because they're so far behind. And now we're seeing just Hamura running the map bot side. He was able to step up and deal a ton of damage. And when Blush got the reset, just not enough attack speed, even with the passive going off, to deal damage to Kog'Maw and Bard. And then Bard just immediately says, I'm not going back bot, I'm just going to roam up mid. Let's try and get Ahri accelerated. And now we're seeing a few more slip-ups than last game early, and it might feel like the exact same situations as TDK grabs themselves some grubs, but I feel like the main difference is, you know, Victor getting ahead is only really painful in side lanes or when you're running into him, whereas Ahri can create her own advantages with some gold, and going the Malignance damage build, not going for that Rod of Ages, I feel like maybe a lesson learned. Didn't like the fact that they didn't have a lot of damage early. Wants to make sure with that Malignance you're able to ult around so much more often and create some really volatile team fights.
And in those team fights, that's where they found their victory so far. 2.2, actually more like 3.3 right now for themselves. Of course, on the other side, WJV still doing what they're doing. Keep in mind, they knew they were going to fall behind. They drafted 3 kind of losing lanes here, very late game oriented. So the fact that they're able to gather a dragon for themselves and kind of match in the global presence has been a boon for themselves as well. Double Cole even right now as Epitome, still needing 48 CS, Blush needing about 33. And for Source Walker, also going for a little bit more in the AP route, went for that Cosmic Drive, saying, hey, I'm going to go ahead, speed around, which makes you, I would say, relatively squishy as well. So danger factors in just about every single position.
Yeah, Cloud Drake, good one to have. Movement speed always very strong. As looks like they're going to try and collapse your mid.
I mean, really trying to jump for FYS. Thankfully, you didn't really burn that flash, but it always feels kind of like a moot point, right? It's an Ahri. They're going to get away either way.
Yeah, you're committing multiple members on the map. Obviously, Jinx ult, very low cooldown, and you're doing all that to get Spirit Rush, but they're rushing down bot lane. They really want something.
And right now, I think it is just that crushing rock blow, no flash, but what a great ult. Amora denying Blush and Panda. And Crushing Rock getting some lively support from FYS on that TP. Beautifully done here.
Yeah, and one of the good things about Bard is, you know, Ahri uses the TP, comes down bottom side, and just kind of shows up and is able to be there to, you know, intimidate them away from Crushing Rock. They don't want to go for the dive. But because Bard puts up that portal, and now Ahri just runs back mid, catches the wave under turret, doesn't really lose anything, happily has that 1 level advantage, a very crucial level being level 11, has 2 points in the ultimate, would be able to easily run down Kayle if Fizz had any vision and was able to secure a 1v1. But I also want to point out the importance of this Ocean Soul being the one to be selected here, because for the side of TDK, all of these champs, you know, don't, other than maybe Ahri, if they sort of index into a different build path, no real burst. As Epitome has to use the ultimate mid lane, but they're going to keep the fight going.
And I mean, it's just an easy cleanup. One more Q, she'll take it, and FYS now on a killing spree and a half, looking for a 4th, and they do. The power is too dang strong. And TDK burying their fangs even further into WJV. 7-1 right now, and continued pressure in just about every lane.
Yeah, and the big difference this game is that that mid turret has already fallen. Last game, the last turrets to go down were those mid outers. But with Fizz, having pushed that turret all the way dead, it allows them to push in so much further, and you saw their Floops getting a crazy flank angle that would have never been available with the turrets down. And even in a 2v2, they're able to get Epitome so low that, you know, even though the 2v2 is there, it doesn't really matter. You have such a health disadvantage. We're seeing some of the items start to come out for the side of TDK. Kog'Maw has the Gwynsu's as the ultimate is flash, for Panda still in a bad spot.
Yeah, and Panda trying to boot everyone away, actually gets back to safety. But it took a lot. It took double flashes and the ult just to stay safe. And that's the power that TDK are exerting right now. They don't even have to look for kills as long as they're able to apply a lot of just general pressure down. They go ahead and win this bot lane out, and the Kog'Maw gets to stay as well.
Yep, just gets to stay. Hopefully someone walks up far enough where he can poke them down. Does have a ward in that back bush, so they probably saw him stick around. Maybe they think he recalled one of these bushes, but those flashes used now are not going to be up for this dragon. And when you trade 1-1, this third drag is super crucial. You need to start stacking. You don't want this to be a game where there's 6 dragons taken waiting for that dragon's soul, and then Elder is postponed so long. And when you have a snowball-y comp, I know that they have Kog'Maw who's going to scale extremely well, but when you have a snowball comp with Ahri and Bessa, these champs that kind of fall off once, you know, you get to 4 or 5 items, you want to try and get that soul stacking early. The Ocean will be so good for this team that wants these extended team fights using a lot of abilities, as Panda just keeps getting caught in bad spots, has to run away now, and the Bard pick facilitating on these side lanes so well. As you saw, they didn't even have to have all 3 members in the lane. They're just kind of hovering around. They decide to pull the trigger, and that magical journey gets put down, and all of a sudden you got 3 people in your lane. You've got to just expend everything to get out of there.
And to me, I'm still waiting. It feels like WJV are now on that back foot. They are waiting for another, like, what, 10, 20 minutes before they're really going to be effective. And especially for Epitome, you are keeping those levels to an extent. You're level 11, but it's going to take a lot of time before you hit that level 16 plus items. You're still trying to wait for your Nashor's Tooth. Take a look at the gold as well. That's one of our largest gold gaps right now in that mid lane. 2K difference. Top side, it's about 1. And it's just painful to look at. And the fact that we're already getting a death brush here at 17.5 minutes is one of the worst feelings in the world. WJV quite literally trying to do anything to get a lead, but it might actually work here. Quiet Eyes on top side, and now Crushing Rock getting smited. No flash available, does have barrier, but you ain't gonna survive yet again, though. That is a perfect Bard ulti, and Sourcewalker dies into 4. I have no idea why that was, but it does happen, and now Panda might be the one on a magical journey or a dystopian nightmare as they're dove under tower by 5. TDK bring the squad to bring that 3-0 to a close.
They just pilot these champions so well. We mentioned this pocket pick Kog'Maw, knowing the limits. You would expect, you know, in that spot, with it not being warded, you know, Kog'Maw would easily be able to just walk up. The turret's there, so he could just start taking waves, but knows that something's fishy. The dragon's up, and no one's walking up. No one's trying to ward, so they must be hiding somewhere. Baits in Sourcewalker to go so far, and you pointed out the Bard ultimate just completely eliminating any chance at a follow-up. They walk down, take out the bear, and then get the dragon as a response. Well, still, Zinja soloing it, so they're still getting it, but now bad spot for Rover, and he's just gonna, yeah, he's gonna keep going into this trend that WJV is really starting to lose track of this game.
Yeah, they went for a little bit more experimental, and I hate saying it, but it really does feel like this R5 Kale just was not the answer that they were hoping for. It really enabled FYS to be able to rotate around 5-0-1, 3-0-2 on Crushing Rock, as Hamora's had a beautiful time with this Bard. At this point, I'm just looking and saying, TDK, you have all the makings here to go ahead and pressure down this game and win on out for free, pretty much. It is all in your hands for the next about 7 to 10 minutes. You will rule this game unless you massively overstep. Bot lane isn't going to go down here. Topside tower falls to FYS, who is going to continue to stack up that dark steel in their hands. 7 stacks already. I'm very excited to see what more happens. Hamora now just being a giant pain in the backside here, as Panda is not allowed to recall. No way Hamora solos this out just to be a giant pain in the backside. FYS, though, ready to duel as Epitome and starting to show their strength as well. Jumping forward, flash for flash, though, and Floops is around the corner. Epitome not going to land that last Q, so it is going to be done. Homura, though, another stun as Rover has no way to follow. And Night Raven says, I'm here to save my support. TDK microing their way to team fight wins, or individual wins, if you will.
Yeah, crazy stuff by Epitome. Doesn't consider the fact that maybe there's some jungle support going up there, just kind of tunnels to get a little bit back into this game. Big shutdown would have come through if the kill was gotten, but obviously wasn't. And then bot side Bar just being an absolute menace. Surely dies, but hits a great binding and is able to get themselves out of there. And as you look up and down, you see all the shutdowns available. You see those bounties for WJV are available, and it's just slipping further and further behind. I think when Kale is selected, you don't want to pick it and then just say, well, we're picking it because we know we're going to lose the lane, so we'll just lose the lane. You want to pick it and then kind of like babysit so it doesn't lose so hard that there's just, you don't even get to the point in the game where the champion is usable.
Well, for right now, FYS showing why you don't even need to baby an Ahri at points. Free laning phase means you punch so much damage, especially with the Lich Bane in hand, plus another needlessly large rod. This is FYS kind of controlling this top side narrative, and then on the bot side, Rover in a 1v2 as Homura is just being a giant pain in the backside. Night Raven's allowed to do just about anything as collectively Blush and Panda are going to try and help to hold this bot side. Meanwhile, it's Otacon started up with just 2 floops and crushing rock, going to follow up with this piece. Nice little catch though. Homura eating a lot of damage, but a nice double stun yet again. Rocket goes out, dodging which way. Otacon goes down, and now you have the breath of life yet again. Another great catch. Homura rings the bell on what could be doom for WJV. Crushing rock though, stepping up, trying to pin some more damage down at level 13. No deaths to occur though, but TDK once again allowed to live as Epitome standing off on the far end, realizing they're not in a good space, and that's going to be dive underneath the tower. Charm draws you a little bit further in, and that's an easy way. FYS going to live, and then some big wins for TDK across the map and board.
Yeah, weird flash there at the end of Flus, but having that Voracious, Fizz just knows, I'm just going to go on a turret. I'm just going to kill the Kale. It doesn't matter, because even if I do die, I'm just going to be, you know, respawning or withdrawing is the term, I believe, with 15 seconds. I was surprised to see Voracious because of all the deaths that have occurred early in this game, but that's even more powerful for TDK because they've already been going so aggressive and looking for so many fights, but now they can do it knowing that at worst they give over a cumulative 1,000 gold and are back out on the map in 11 seconds. Homura just eager to use the Voracious Otacon withdraw, just wants to get it over with.
I mean, it took so long as well though, and you only get 200 for your name. That's not that doesn't even count as a kill, so you're just like, dang, that kind of sucks. Huge dub though for TDK all the way around, as now they're going to position themselves for a soul point. You can look, as we talked about, this Ocean Soul is one of the most frustrating to deal with. You talk about that safety, you talk about that ability to really stay alive, and Ocean Soul is going to do that perfectly. And WJV have no way to cut through. There's no one who's really going to be happy picking up that Grievous Wounds. I mean, Rover, yes, you have the Bramble. Who's going to be hitting the Ornn? Everyone on TDK can just slip right by the Ornn and not really give a crap.
Yeah, and it's not like they're going to be as...
Oh, wow. Oh, my gosh. FYS level 16 assassinates that angel, and the angel's wings are clipped, meaning FYS rules once again. Rover, the train has left the building and the conductor wasn't on it.
Has the Rabadon's death cap, fully stacked Dark Seal. Hopefully that gets turned into a Medjai soon so they can continue the stacking. I mean, Epitome just has absolutely no way back into this lane, into this game, especially if they continue to go to the same lane as Fizz. I mean, Night Rover 2 hasn't been able to get any isolated kills, but is consistently pushing in whatever lane they're in, and now TDK again aggressively looking to push up to the base, clearing vision, pushing waves all the way into the base, and now starting to threaten those innermost structures as Swordswalker's looking for something, but just knows that there's no way they can possibly contest. Fizz already has the ultimate back available, so any engage onto the Ahri is immediately going to get Spirit Rushed away from and they just kind of have to regroup. They know that Baron is up in 5 seconds. They can't afford to go down before that objective spawns, because that would surely just be the end of the game. So now with Voracious Otacons having cooled off, they can go for a more aggressive fight.
And right now, that fight underneath the tower is looking a little bit dangerous. What a 4-man Bard ulti, and they're going to try and dive on a Panda in the backside. Panda tries to get the cleanse and then some, but there's not much to play for. Down goes the tower, down goes some enemies, and you only lose one in the back end. Honestly, TDK, Hamura has been this ace in the sleeve. This Bard has been so frustrating to play against, and FYS is legendary with a simple Q and auto. TDK Death Knight showing up after a very quiet game number 1.
And if you saw the beginning of that fight, Ahri was flanking from that top side, came through the turret. An incredible Bard ultimate is able to, force all of them to just eat the engage. Public execution is pretty much impossible to miss coming out of a Bard ult. And now, after getting all those kills, Kayle will not be available when the Baron is started. We'll be able to TP in, but I don't know how good they would be. Still not level 16, as it looks like they are just going to try and set up, get this Baron, and get this game over with, so they can, create this. We're going from a best of 5 to a best of 3 if they win this game, and now Fizz is just going to execute Jinx.
That was barely an execution. That was a flick of the wrist and Blush was gone. That's what that was. That was just rude, to say the least. FYS going ahead and starting to stack those pages of the Medjais. 14 in bank. And now the chase on Panda. This is just harvesting of souls right now. TDK throwing down their best. It's 27 minutes into the game. They have over a 16k lead, and they are saying we're gonna play it safe. We're gonna take the Baron and look to give ourselves a 99% chance of winning this game. Out comes Ornhorn though. Where is it really gonna hit? It hits on 2 of the tankiest members, but that's a dive over the wall right now, as Rover is kind of sectioned out here. We're watching Sourcewalker have to run away. TP coming in from FYS, and another great pin. It is so easy. This Bard pickup B5 2 0 and 11.
I mean, I thought that they were actually making a mistake, TDK, because Rover sends out the ult, the Ornhorn is sounded, and they're managing to get them to stop and reset the Baron, but they just are so far ahead. The movement speed, the mobility is too much, and they're able to chase down 2 members. That's going to mean mid-inhib, and I mean, Jinx this is not the same Jinx as game 1, doing no damage. Mid-inhib taken, top inhib taken, and now surely they will be able to peel back, take the Baron, and then in 1 minute's time, almost surely are going to be able to take the Dragon, and from that point, going to be able to complete this game.
The fact that they couldn't close it out about 2 minutes ago shows that they are being very, very cautious here in this grand finals, but TDK, they know how to play this game outwards. Meanwhile, Epitome just trying their best to scale up. They are 1 in 7, 2 items in hand. Good body block from Hamura, knew it was going to come out here. And it is the easiest Baron of their lives right now. 17,000 gold in their pocket. You see in the itemization as well, Crushing Rock going with that crit build now, a little bit indexing in to play strong 3, 0, and 4, and yet could probably shred through anyone else on WJV. Just hasn't had the opportunity, because FYS is quite literally stealing all of the kills. 11, 0, and 3, a monster in the mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, I was talking earlier saying, oh, well, TDK doesn't have burst because they want these long team fights, but I mean, this Ahri is just so far ahead. Doesn't matter what items that Fizz goes, they can just blow up anyone. I mean, you saw earlier that Jinx kill, they like threw out 2 abilities and then just waited for the Q to come back and kill the Jinx as they're eating all these auto attacks. Kog'Maw, the reason you see this build, I know we said TDK has pulled this champ out before, I'm not sure if it was on stream, but you go this build and get the Navori, and you see there's no real damage on any of the items being built, but Kog'Maw's W, it gives so much damage on every auto. So when you get the Guinsoo's and the Navori, you're able to pretty much constantly have the W up, granting you so much range, granting you so much max health damage, that you can afford to go these cheap attack speed items and not have to build any damage while still dealing so much.
Oh, that hurts as well right now. That was an ult from Panda just to keep everyone alive, and it hurts to see right now WJV possibly getting charmed out here. This feels like the final fight territory as the Ornhorn goes out, knocks up two, but Source Walker is denied, gets the ult to try and stay alive, but it's only one, as that's a snipe into the back line. Night Raven slaughtering most of WJV. And there is no way to tank through. Blush barely has any damage. TDK take 3, lose 1, and look to crush this base. Game number 1, Anomaly 1. Game number 2, Anomaly 2, as both teams show their strengths and weaknesses, and we have a series on our hands.
Yeah, in that last fight, they're able to kill the Ahri, finally get the shutdown, but even with the excited passive buff coming on to Jinx just so far behind, no damage really accumulated yet. And as we see, these are game 1 obviously, but once you get that kill onto Ahri, it just goes to show how far ahead TDK were, because finally you see the Ambessa that, you know, clearly had control all game but just didn't have a lot of flashy kills, gets the public execution, gets into the backline, rips through everyone. Kog'Maw deals the rest on the other side of the fight. I mean, look at the difference. Obviously, Jinx has so much AoE, they're going to build up a lot of damage over the game, but this Ahri was just head and shoulders so much better than every other player on the Rift. And sometimes, you know, that's just how you have to draft when your team is like this. Obviously, for TDK to be here, for any team to make the finals, every one of your players has to be talented, but there are some games, especially in the finals of these series, where you just say, okay, who's performing best on the day? Fizz had a great game 1 on the Victor, even though they lost, and it's like, hey, what do you want? Says they want Ahri. All right, let's grab it early rotation. You don't care what you played into, and just give you the chance to run the game.
And it's such a big showing when you are able to hand the reins over to one singular player, when you know they're going to lead that charge, and it works out in spades. Only dropped 3 deaths in there, only dropped 2 towers in there as well. Huge bonus to them, as now we head into a game 3 where we have to decide, what are we going to see? Are we going to see the likes of TDK on the red side, as maybe Weakside jungle victims want that blue? Let's wait and see. Right now, we are going to go to another quick break. When we come back, the series continues here with the ADL. Don't go anywhere. Game number 3 headed your way, and we have to ask who is going to take it. We have a side swap. Right now, we are taking a look at TDK over there on the red side, and of course, Weakside Jungle Victims on that blue. But this might be the change. Number one, I personally do not want to see WJV draft 3 losing lanes. Can't really get that kill in a counter position in a mid with no winning lanes out there.
Yeah, and especially when you have a jungler like Volibear that, you know, at best has a chance in 1v1 jungle skirmishes, you really want to see, you know, if you're going 3 losing lanes, if you really are, you need to draft a jungler that can decisively win if they get caught in the jungle 1v1, yes. Try and find advantages, has hard CC so that they can, you know, manage those losing lanes a little bit. But now, switching over to the blue side, I think that is going to accentuate some of the strengths they had in that first game draft, where you can really decide, you know, we really like the Jinx. You know, we've had it both games. We feel like it wasn't the problem. Let's make sure we get that. Or, hey, you know, we haven't had the chance to draft some of these really special jungle picks we have cooked up. They don't have to ban Gwen anymore because they're not on red side. So it opens up a lot of, you know, abilities to adapt into this third game while not having to completely drop a lot of what's been successful for them over the past 2 games.
Yeah, and of course, not only that, we talked about that Gwen being dropped. Well, guess what? Other bans are also going to be dropped. We had the Urgot Master Yi and Set banned away in game number 1 by TDK, and now, of course, those might have to change just as well. We're going to see that little shift in there depending on what needs to be taken away, or else WJV might be rocking that Gwen, might be rocking that Nefiri, which obviously has been open pretty much the entire time. I like this call, though. Big shifts going in, and immediately that Xin Zhao is now going to be the flavor of this matchup. The Ahri and Vel'Koz both banned away, so both mid laners now going to be playing their second most played champions.
Yeah, I love the immediate trauma ban. Get Ahri out of here.
Right.
If we don't like it, didn't like it. I'm actually checking right now. I want to see over the course of the season here at the ADL. It doesn't look, Xin Zhao had a pretty big presence, but not nearly this big. And this is one of the things I am kind of reminiscent of in these standard drafts is when these series come after a long developing meta, some of these champions this late into these playoffs become like the most important champion. And when you consider that TDK like drafting ADs like Kog'Maw, ADs like Varus, they love these high range carry bot laners. When you have Xin Zhao on your side, it makes it so you can pick a champ that acts as a front line in the with the Crescent Guard, but doesn't have to build tank and still do so much damage early. And now they're deciding to play around with that. Lucian Nami, there's no better early game bot lane duo than Lucian Nami. And when you've already picked Kog'Maw, I mean, there's no chance he can fight back at all. I think they have to pick their support right now and make it a defensive one.
Of course, and I would actually hard agree with you. That Lucian Nami kind of came out of left field here, but Blush and Panda have been very annoyed with, I think, how this bot lane has rolled. And whenever you see a Kog'Maw first, it's there. But because you left the Fiora open, Night Raven is going to play that one, and they played it to decent efficiency in there, but it is one of their signatures. Has been perma-banned against CDK, I think, in some series, but left open this time, and now you get a draft for that top lane. So major power shifts in where both teams want to prioritize where their gold is going to go, where their pressure will go as well.
And I think this fits really well into TDK's strategy from last game, where they said, hey, game one, we kind of tried to draft this, in between comp. We want to go forward. We want them to come to us. And then last game, they found so much strength in just saying, hey, Fizz is ahead. Let's get him the champ he wants. And then this game, they're saying, Night Ravens has silently been doing really well isolation topside. Now let's get them a champ where they can run the game. Fiora can cause so much havoc and deal out so much damage so quickly, so difficult to deal with in the side lanes unless you put so many members into it. The Jarvan pick, while there isn't any super immobile champ to isolate in that Cataclysm, this champ does a shocking amount of damage. And if he just flag and drags into your back line and just tries to blow up one person, not enough people understand the value of just chunking someone out early in a fight and getting them so low they have to leave. I like the Milio pickup here just because if that big Nami bubble does come through, catch out a couple members, then Milio can kind of wipe that slate, get everyone back into the fights, has the heals, has the shields, helps in lane a little bit. I think that, that soccer ball being able to just pick them away, heat seeking and just say, no, get out of here, is strong. The Mbessa into Fiora, I think it's a decent matchup because you're able to kind of match a lot of that mobility that Fiora has and dodge away from those vitals.
I think the danger factor as well is the fact that WJV lost against this earlier on just in game number 2, and so now you kind of bring it back and you are going to duel. So there's a lot of mind games being played here. WJV now in the mid lane, this is the most important factor, and I like this call. It's not going to be that kill, which obviously didn't do too well, but it's still a great game changer that scales pretty dang well into that mid to late. You have a secondary diver, third diver even, if you're looking at this Mbessa in the Xin Zhao. And once again, it's kind of a 5-fingered aggressive composition from WJV. Problem being is in the AP value ratios, you are a little bit weak. Galio tends to scale with the Rift Maker, but that's about it. Then you look maybe towards, a couple tank items, and rightfully so, that's a Cassiopeia locked in, which I haven't seen in ages, but makes sense when you look at the composition at hand.
Cassiopeia is, I think, in the right scenarios, which this certainly is, one of the strongest champs in the game. It takes practice. This is a high skill cap champ, so I'm excited to see if Fizz has got some games on this. But like you said, put down Miasma, Lucian, Mbessa, Xin Zhao, and even Galio are going to have a hard time really utilizing their entire kit in these team fights. Lucian Nami falls off pretty quickly, and so when you've got Kog'Maw scaling, Fiora scaling, Cassio scaling, I mean, the thing about Cassiopeia is the sustain into the late game, especially with these Rod of Ages buffs, it just becomes so hard to kill this champ, and it's just constantly throwing out those fangs. Kog'Maw's gonna be throwing out that spit. I mean, this is the first game where I really look at these drafts and I think both these teams, their goal is just to run at each other and fight forever.
It's a terrifying prospect when that's the case, because we have seen such quiet games throughout. I mean, we see game 2, but it wasn't really fight. It was pick, which is vastly different than fight. So I love the fact that you called it out. This could be a very, very bloody game, and it could really showcase who has the stronger lane value, who, when given the priority, will be that namestay, because it is the grandfathers, because it is time to show what you can do to claim the crown of the Defenders League. And I cannot wait to see who takes game number 3. We are going to go to a short break once again to go ahead and make sure everyone loads in properly, and once we do, we'll be on the Rift. Don't go anywhere. You know it's time to go. We are here for game number 3, and Spice is on the field right now on the Rift. We have another slew of changes. Once again, WJV kind of changing up how they're playing here. Game number 2, late game did not work, and now we got the early game rush. Lucian, Nami in the bottom lane, Galio level 6, hoping to make it work. Sourcewalker stealing the ever so important Xin Zhao, and Rover on the Mbessa. There are so many little changes here that we have seen so far, as now Floops loses out on a decent amount of HP with that J4 in tow.
Yeah, that's one of the big reasons you want to start E on Xin Zhao, not only because of the attack speed steroid you get on use, but also in these early skirmishes, you just jump right on. It's so difficult to stop the Xin Zhao unless you use some sort of mobility you have, which Jarvan obviously, all he has level 1 is throwing that flag somewhere. So early advantage gained, although Floops is just going to go back to base, start bot side. And because they didn't get a ward down, this could actually lead to some confusion of them not knowing where J4 is starting. So maybe they can play into that a little bit. Obviously, early game Jarvan has great gank potential. I do want to say another word on these drafts. I feel like TDK has a great ability to move forward and chase down, but I think if I had to like nitpick and choose, WJV has a bit more of a cohesive comp where every single champ kind of synergizes with one another and facilitates what makes the champions good. But it's going to have to be executed well, as always, because they don't have a ton of, like, obviously Mbessa has the AoE on almost every ability, but they don't have high levels of AoE, so they're gonna have to burst down a single target quickly.
Oh, double vitals putting Rover down into the dirt pretty much, and it's such a dangerous spot to be in. So losing out in that chunking battle, but as you called, big notifications on, hey, you know, we need to see that synergy. We need to see that power come through here. Junglers, of course, starting on opposite sides of the Rift, as you called out. Double tower shots, though. One in Blush, one in Panda. Which always feels kind of bad. Epitome also getting tagged by that poison and trying to clear out the way, but eating a lot of damage early on. Dive right back in, though, on the top side. As we're seeing an almost all in here. Big Grassly the Undying proc, though, for Rover, but inside of that minion wave of 5 versus 3, it doesn't always feel great.
Yeah, Galio, I want to say, one of my favorite champions in the game, one of my favorite picks in either mid or top. I think that this champion can win lane. You just have to be very specific with how you use your mana. Rover having to use flash goes a little bit too far up. This is definitely a losing lane early because of those vitals. But like I was saying about Galio, if you use your mana well, you can win a lot of early skirmishes and really hold the lane down as Blush and Panda, as you can see, just utilizing the Lucian Nami to their strengths. But the healing of Melio, even crushing rocks well above the health total of Blush.
Of course, we're at the current moment, we are seeing kind of those shifts in powers. Pots being chugged here, HP values kind of shifting, but the junglers mainly are done clearing their sides. Scuttle was taken one way or another, and that's going to be that big call, as Night Ravens almost thought about tower diving right there. Still might, because Floops is on the way. So I don't know if Rover actually wants to stay, and instead you are running for your life. Flag and Drag misses, though. And that is going to be Floops to lose out on their flash. Rover, of course, losing theirs earlier.
That's an oops from Floops. I didn't want to say it, and it didn't feel good saying it, but I as I saw him running, I was like, oh, this is good because they can deny a lot of CS. And then I was like, is he going to try and flash Flag and Drag? And he certainly tried, but this is a little short there. Luckily, is playing Jarvan, so that flash is not as important, always having the Flag and Drag for mobility. But with Mbessa utilizing that TP to get back to lane, not going to miss out on too much XP and CS. I love this buy from Galio, gets the symbiotic souls, really wants to utilize how much CC is in the kit of Galio early, affect the side lanes, be able to be at every objective fight, every skirmish that breaks out, Galio can run down and be there. Rank 1, the Galio ult does not have much range, so having these symbiotic souls allows you to really, you know, get to every single fight guaranteed. And once they evolve late game, once that Hollowed Radiance is completed, which you will certainly buy because you've got Cassiopeia in mid lane and then Kog'Maw dealing a lot of magic damage, you are able to just clear side lanes, have that empowered back, clear side lanes, empowered back, always be able to be at the team fights. And we're seeing, once again, WJV using the power of their early prio to gain these objectives. The macro control has not really faltered, even in the game that they lost.
And I think that says something. Not only that, they're also a little bit faster on that take. Remember, they focused heavily on the grubs beforehand when they were on the red side, and this time on blue, focused on that dragon, and now trying to take a look at invading inside the jungle piece. You say, hey, we know for a fact that J4 is going to be moving up towards the top side, really needs to make sure they keep up on their objective takes. So you go ahead and happily take one for your own. Blush trying to get some extra damage down on Hamura, but maybe not having it here, but because Hamura walked up, that's a big punch, but the soccer ball is going to do more than enough work. Blush taking quite low, and now another bubble lands on the backside. Stormwalker chases in, and that's going to be a freebie, and now they're going to chase even more for crushing rock as the rock is crushed, and it's a two-piece combo for WJV, 499 and then some.
Great bubble by Panda, catching the backline. Kog'Maw walked up way further.
Oh, and FYS clean kill him mid, so WJV winning bot side, a little bit nervous in the mid lane.
Yeah, Cassiopeia, like we said, extremely strong. Has that ultimate available, uses it. Obviously, Galio's combat, or ultimate, has no use in a 1v1 combat situation. Gets the ult down before the knockup comes through from Galio E, so is able to just completely take him down. But back to that early bot skirmish, utilizing the power of the Lucian Nami, and that's, you know, great heads up by Sourcewalker to make sure he's hovering down there, even when they're pushed all the way up, knowing that there's probably going to be some action. Now Rover able to chase down Fiora, must have been using those cooldowns to their advantage. Fiora not being able to have them available means they got to walk out of there. Oops, now caught out again.
Yeah, and because of that, I mean, there's no chance. You don't have flash, you have no safety. It's a taunt and a half, and blue will go ahead and claim the feat of warfare for WJV. Not just that epitome, grabbing a kill for themselves as well.
This is going to be big for Galio, especially because, like you mentioned, doesn't have a ton of damage in the build. So you want to get these tank items out early. It's such a good resource early in the game. HP is so overpowered early, I feel. And so you get this Ruby Crystal, able to build towards the Hollowed Radiance early, or even maybe go for what we've been seeing popularized by Cho'Gath players. Go for that Shirelia's battle song to speed up your teammates and just utilize the strong kit of Galio. I'm really impressed to see this from WJV, of recognizing these champs that's just their abilities alone are so strong that you can build some of these more supportive items and really just buff up your teammates. And when you get all the way to the finals, I was giving praise to Epitome earlier about, you know, he's not getting a lot of individual credit and recognition, but when you get to the finals because of players like Epitome, and you win these series because of players like Epitome, who are willing to take a back seat in terms of carrying and getting the glory of stats and support their teammates and really be the glue that holds these squads together.
That's what you call an all-star player, being able to play just about any piece of the puzzle, utility, carry, or just everything all around. At the same time, we can say the same for FYS on the flip. Playing Cassiopeia in this day and age feels like an anomaly, but when you play it well, it can be a carry. Having that grounding ability in there can be devastating towards the right players. So see how it plays out right now on the top side, though. We are seeing a challenge here as Rover realizes they probably don't like where they're currently at. Grand challenge is for Prox, but on the bot side, Blush says, hey, I see the jungler on top side, so we can go ahead and dash forward. Quick little chance. Bubble lands into the wave. Easy finish, and the raw power of the Nami. Lucian will continue. One more out of one of the tower. Ain't gonna take it, but it is Blush to go ahead and take that kill for themselves.
It does not matter how warm the hugs are that Emilio's giving. That water is freezing cold. Kog'Maw hit by that crazy bubble, hit with the wave, and under turret. Response kill there from Night Ravens. This is why you pick the Fiora blind for this guy. Able to just run down the top side, and even Sourcewalker might have a problem.
Ah, no, Night Raven, this is not where you want to be. And danger's all abound here. This is starting to get spicy. You called it earlier as well, Jack. You said, hey, we're going to have some spice. We're going to have some damage. We're going to have some craziness. And we're already getting it. Both top laners trying to get an edge over each other. And right now, Night Ravens on the signature Fiora doing so.
Yeah, and we're seeing so much fighting back and forth out of these lanes that, are picked to do so. But it's crazy to think we haven't even seen a Galio ult come through yet. Like, we haven't seen a full contested 5v5 objective. We haven't seen a contested objective period, unless you count that time Jarvan died right before the grub spawned. But now, second grubs, we get the lane swap. In my opinion, this is the much more optimal lane swap to come through. You give the first grubs to get dragon, then you swap for the second pair so you can go even. And it's so difficult now for Night Ravens to push this advantage because Nami is just sitting there ready to buff up Lucian whenever Night Ravens walks too far forward. Great response by TDK. They grab the dragon in response to the lane swap. And again, they keep Kog'Maw down here because they recognize that they can win that matchup into this Mbessa that has been set pretty far behind, and now trying to even out the scales and get some scaling back, but public execution miss.
And not only that, that was actually a huge boon, I think, to the side of WJV. Even though they lose a little bit of HP, FYS got very antsy there. And I think for good reason. I mean, you had to flash away. But burning the Petrifying Gaze as well means that Epitome is going to be a little bit safer for the time being. And now Rover is able to dance into this top side with a little bit of HP difference. Amora thankfully stuck around on this top lane. So you are going to be safe. However, there are some shifts and changes in the mental, maybe in that damage factor. You were talking about the fact that Rover is set a little bit far behind. Well, you're still able to duel out now, and with a little HP advantage, maybe you can do some work.
Yeah, the Ravenous build out of Fiora is a lot more damage oriented, but Rover's got so much sustain.
Wow. I mean, you weren't able to grab that fourth vital, but right now on the bot side is the main one that we want to watch for. Quick culling to go ahead and crushing rock. TP coming in though, and that's more than you can ask for. You immediately draw FYS, and FYS is losing pretty much everything except for the kitchen sink. So this is a play for pacing and for tempo. WJV on the bot, TDK on the top.
I like this decision though to have Hamura stay topside and try and neutralize the advantage gained by Mbessa. You saw there, if Milio weren't there, there would have been death. Flop's getting turret dove now.
And I don't know if Floops is able to really do that much. That's a clean kill. And Panda took all that damage, which means WJV with that power are now going to go ahead and collect possibly this first turret. No, next wave.
Next wave, they'll get it for sure. And we've seen this from them before, is they're trading top and bot lane waves, sending members to different spots as they're going for another dive.
I mean, they can do so. However, this time it's a little bit lower on the edge, and Blush realizes they can't really hold on there. So well played by Crushing Rock, especially with that barrier up. I think WJV properly limit testing right there. Didn't lose a single member, got most of the plates off. So they're going to be real happy in this next turn or so.
Yeah, looking to reset the map state with no dragon available. Rift Herald isn't going to be up for a little while. They want to just get back to their lanes and go back to just farming up and trying to be ready for some of these later fights. The scaling on the side of WJV, this is the first game where, obviously the first game not on Jinx. They don't have as much scaling, but now they're looking to keep the fights going.
And will they be able to do so? Epitome says, yes, we can, easily so. And the culling being handed a kill. This time it is WJV to get a comfortable lead in the team fight aspect, but in the 1v1, FYS gonna try and duke it out. You do have ult, but right now you're just trying to dance. And again, that grounding works wonders. FYS gonna try and slide their way around, but they have to dodge and dive. But Rover with the dodge and a half means FYS is gonna die. TP a little bit late, as right now you had to take that kill. Rover actually, they were trying to get the kill over. Now Rover's actually in a dangerous spot. With the Eclipse, you are going to be alive, but can you dance it out? Not much healing come through. Final stab through. I mean, that's what happens when you try and give kills over. Right now, though, Night Ravens realizing you're not in a good spot. No extra piece, no riposte. And it is WJV to rule from bot to mid as they took tower, took kills, and are taking even more of this game.
I feel like we haven't actually taken a moment to celebrate how good Blush has played in this series. Steps up for and substitutes for an all-star player, and he went from playing so reserved to now playing this Lucian absolutely on the edge, going for so many kills, flashing over the wall after the Fiora there with no hesitation. And it's really impressive to see this coming off of 2 Jinx games where the key to playing that champ is to play it safe, wait, don't take risks because you know you're going to be so strong later in the game. And now playing the exact opposite of, you know, we have to win so soon because my champion is going to fall off. I'm going to lose power. So I need to play as close to the edge as I can. And I mean, 5-0-1, 450 gold shutdown, almost 10 CS per minute. This guy's playing unbelievably well.
You have to give credit as well. Panda and Hamura have both had exceptional games so far. I believe the waves and the bubbles have been on point for Panda, but Hamura in game 2 was almost the sole reason I think that they got tempo in the early mid game. Those ultimates from the Bard and then the Qs as well. It's been all them. So, you know, Blush of course being thrust into the spotlight, but not without that wave behind them to keep them up and alive. And WJV, they are capitalizing on this fact. Of all dragons, it had to be the Infernal, one that WJV are going to be very happy about, kind of boosting what was originally an early to mid-game centric composition into a late game fashion. And with that dragon going down here, we're going to see how this chances out. Floops realizing you can't deal with the culling. That was a lot of damage to be pumped out here. And you have to walk away, so no rebuttal coming in here. A little bit of a jump forward, though. Snipe going to land, and you catch and taunt out Hamura. No way to stay safe, and you go down.
Yeah, Jarvan says, peace out. I got a way to get over this wall, and you do not. And they end up getting the Milio on that over chase. You know, they use all of Jarvan's abilities to try and lock down either Panda or Blush. Not able to do so. I was curious. They did not commit the Cataclysm to trap Panda in there. Probably figured that the range, they just weren't able to follow up. But now, you chase too far, you take too much damage. They're able to regroup and chase you down, get the kill, and now sole control over this Rift Herald. And this snowball is just going to continue to roll. One of the really good things I saw as well before that fight started is they're using Epitome on these side lanes. He has the Symbiotic Souls completed, got the Hollowed Radiance. This Galio can wave clear so well. Going for a dive here on Rover, he dodges the Petrifying Gaze.
I think that was more just trying and force Rover out and about, but unfortunately that tower isn't going to fall anytime soon. Wave is cleared though, and here we go with the pinch. Panda realizing that Floops is in the area and Rover willing to try and take that chance, but you bump them out. Meanwhile, Epitome is on the top side, so here comes a macro game of WJV once again. They played macro perfectly in game number 1, albeit a little bit slower. This time around, they had the gold lead, they had the 4K, and they had Dragon in 3.5 minutes.
Yeah, and you're seeing, you know, when the league, you know, the best players in the world or just the league community in general comes up with these new meta builds, Galio with the Hollowed Radiance and Symbiotic Souls is such a great split pusher. They're going to try and run Rover down now.
I mean, Rover has somewhat of a dueling potential, but that's going to be the snipe, and you're able to get away because you run straight to Panda, who saves their top laner. And again, as we mentioned, these supports are always in the right space at the right time. And look at this collapse. The culling on the far end is going to section off Night Ravens, and Night Ravens isn't going to find anything. In comes the Galio from the far edge. And WJV swinging their weight in gold around as they take their 4th tower of the game.
I mean, just playing absolute perfect League of Legends, playing in unison. Everyone is on the same page. They're all at the play at the same time. This is why I spoke about earlier in the game. I thought WJV had a slight advantage, and it's because the Galio can be at any fight no matter where it happens on the map. The Nami has so much movement speed built into the kit, able to roam around and hover every single lane. A 19-minute inhib is taken, and meanwhile, Galio used those Symbiotic Souls to go bot side and catch the wave. So not only are they pushing all of these lanes, taking these structures, they're also not dropping many waves on the map. So it's just complete control, and it's the reason why they have a 6K gold advantage at 19 minutes. I was saying about, you know, the community coming together, finding these new builds. You see these tanks with a lot of wave clear abilities building, Hollowed Radiance, sometimes the Battle Song, Riftmaker, and the Symbiotic Souls, you're able to take champions that aren't typically known as split pushers and match side lanes, collect so much gold, so much XP, and then all of a sudden you think you're fighting with a man advantage, and then flying in is Galio joining the fight, and yeah, sure, he doesn't do a whole lot of damage, but when he taunts all 5 members of your team, it really doesn't matter how much damage he's doing.
Absolutely not, and you can even tank up a little bit of your own. Quick little speed up with the phase rush, but Night Ravens is showing that they can speed up of their own. But Epitome trying to bait in for Night Ravens, and it looks like you charged it up perfectly on the other side of the map. Blush is now godlike. That is going to be a flash as Night Ravens wins it out, and again, Night Ravens is one of the strongest members on the side of TDK, but Source Walker gonna try and wait, figure out exactly where they want to go, and it's an easy stab. Blush in the mid lane, gonna take this tower and then some, and Panda is gonna help get them out to safety. Floops wants some revenge, but he ain't gonna find it. So well done to WJV as Dragon is up in just 30 seconds.
Yeah, Dragon being up means that Crushing Rock won't be able to get there, and Night Ravens will have to expend the teleport to arrive. Looks like they're trying to get into this bot quadrant. I think this is a really good decision. Push out that bottom wave and just hover the Jarvan so that they can get some gold, get some experience, force Injao out of here, because you can't afford to have the Jarvan fall too far behind, because he's going for this bruiser build with the Sundered Sky, loses the smite unfortunately, and now Epitomy's got that blue buff. But like I said, going the Sundered Sky build doesn't have a ton of survivability just yet, so if he commits to a Cataclysm, it's almost assuredly going to be a suicide mission. But with this Dragon taken, I mean, again, just absolute firm control from WJV, and Blush, who's already taken he's just taken this game over at points, and I'm happy to see him go for the Infinity Edge second. I know it was completed way earlier, but I've seen a lot of Lucians that will go Essence Reaver into Navori, and you just kind of, your damage falls off really soon if you do that, if you don't get that IE second. But being so far ahead, Essence Reaver into Infinity Edge, opts to go for the Rapid Fire Cannon and not the Navori. I'm thinking he figures they're so far ahead, he doesn't really need the cooldowns to be up as often. He just needs those autos to hit harder and to be able to get these team fights over with quicker. And I think that makes a lot of sense.
It really does, but right now Homura is realizing that there might be a chance of their own. That is going to be Opcon started up here, and everyone on the side is watching. FYS though, slow to TP here, and I'm kind of curious if they are going to opt for it. It is going to be a late TP drawn in, but still 3k right now on Otacon. Is it going to be smited away? Flag Drag in, no steal away, and Source Walker is going to turn the fight. Right now it is going to be a 45 for the time being. Source Walker is going to get chunked out, but in comes the ult from the Galio. Galio with a 3-man ulti into a 3-man taunt, into a 1-man knock him into a split fight, as WJV Weakside jungle victims are going to try to find the best to fight it out. However, the damage is a little bit slow to come out here. They finally chunk out. It's 2 gone on the side of WJV, but they are still going to turn it around as Blush is able to finally step up for the battle. A little bit of a boot, not going to land, and Blush can chase all day long. Slows are about, wins a war, takes a chunk. Blush ready with another auto attack at the cannon. They do pick it up. Blush getting a barrier out of themselves. Night Raven going to rebuke any further knockouts, but it is there. Wins a war. What a bounce, Panda, with another bubble, and then summons anyone there to help out. Panda is going to win it out. Double kill for the Nami, and ace for WJV.
Maybe forgot about the Kog'Maw passive, but what a chaotic fight, and it just shows you how far ahead WJV are, because at the beginning looked pretty good for TDK. Sourcewalker gets blown up right away in isolation, and sure, they take a lot of damage, but they don't lose many members, and then Galio jumps in alone with the ultimate, able to get out, but just you see the advantage, how low TDK were, and even when they start playing right into their composition, they're running forward into Cassiopeia, into the Kog'Maw, it's just too much of a lead. And Lucian, I thought for a moment there could be a pentakill angle, but they're able to get enough slows down to stop Blush from just team wiping. And then you see at the end, we started the day by saying, you know, one of the strengths of WJV has been their individual talent.
Oh my gosh.
And now they're doing a kill brush on Crushing Rock. Oh, he's already so far behind.
It's just that easy of a catch, honestly. Crushing Rock running in the opposite direction. Floops is going to try and turn it around. They have found Blush. Blush going to be chunked out quite heavily, but the shielding and the healing is just too good. Cataclysm will keep them all stuck, and all of a sudden, Night Raven is sectioned off as well. But WJV, they found the kill that they want, and now they're going to pump their way over towards the Baron.
Yeah, I mean, this Nami is just so far ahead. Panda is saying, you know, I know everyone's, you know, praising Blush, but I'm in this pair too. I'm a part of this bottom lane. I'm one of the reasons Blush is doing well. Flash forward.
That was a great catch on the FYS. Great ult, petrifying gaze, but it's a little bit too little too late as the overwhelming hand of doom from Weakside jungle victims will hunt their adversaries down. Death Knights reap their own deaths in hand, and that should be the game. 25.5 minutes. WJV almost a kill a minute.
Game one by scaling and playing so disciplined and waiting patiently. They win game 3 the exact opposite. Non-stop chaos, non-stop engagement, and they execute so well. No minions here. Floops is going to go down, but assuredly next wave will mark match point for Weakside jungle victims. Never mind.
I think it's because everyone else was coming up and they said they don't have to worry about it. What they can do is look at the Baron or the Dragon apiece. Both can be up on the board. Good channel back. Recall is good, but it is going to be the Dragon. You go ahead and get that Infernal and you win just about anything else afterwards.
Yeah, they want to secure that Dragon Soul. They also want to make me look a fool, which I totally understand. Right now, at this point in the game, they are at their strongest with 3 items complete on nearly all of their champions, and they haven't even really utilized their ability to side lane because their 5v5 is so strong. Because of the back timers, they're able to get the Scuttle Crab, but Source Walker's in a little early.
And I mean, the early is not early enough apparently, because the rest of the team said we're gonna go for the matinee. Quick chunks down on Night Raven and FYS. Both are gone in a flash. And this Dragon, there is not going to be a chance. Over goes Floops, but Floops is taunted up. No chance as they turn and benefit this fight. Floops barely stays alive just to watch their own doom. Crushing Rock and Hamura, though, wanting to fight it out, but can't find anything. A taunt bubble into death. And that is yet another 4 kills. Hamura, the only one to tell the tale.
Yeah, they're going to walk down the mid lane, and let's try this a second time. You saw patience for game 1 and nothing but blood for game 3. They respond so well from their first loss of the series, and now they will put TDK in the difficult position of winning 2 in a row and take themselves one step closer to winning the finals.
WJV coming out with a bang, and hopefully they close it out. As he said, TDK gonna try in game 4, but honestly these games are looking more and more rough in either direction. And I have to ask, honestly, the big shift in idealization for the compositions. I mean, game 1 obviously was all around pretty good from the side of WJV. Game 2 was all late game, now pretty heavily focused into early game. In game 3, do we get to see that swap back into the late game style? Do they test it because they have an extra game to play with?
I think that I'm expecting for TDK to take blue side, because they won their game on blue side. They want to go back. They started there. But I really like the draft philosophy altogether from Weakside jungle victims, because I'm not just mentioning the different philosophies just, you know, because I'm mentioning it because they seem to be shifting almost in response to what they're given on the other side. That's the best way to draft, is you get strong, versatile champs early, and then you make adjustments. So is Jinx up? All right, let's take Jinx and Xin Zhao, and now we can put a comp around them that allows us to zone and play around our macro. But then they get the Xin Zhao early, and they see the Kog'Maw, and they decide, you know what? Let's punish it this time. Let's get an aggressive bottom lane and utilize the Xin Zhao more so as an engaged champ where Galio can come follow up. So I really just think that, you know, my best advice for WJV is just keep it up. Keep up the good work. Keep up the draft philosophy. And advice for TDK is, I know that some of these picks are like these pocket picks. Obviously, the Fiora doing a ton of damage, played well. The Kog'Maw, same thing. But maybe let's try and just go for the conventionally strong things. We haven't seen them yet pick a very strong engaged composition. Let's get some champions like, you know, let's get some champs that can just go forward and hit their buttons to lock down a target. Let's see them try and get some, you know, AoE CC abilities. I wouldn't mind seeing them pick up a champion like Galio. And I like the Jarvan, but I think they need more.
See if more is enough, or they're going to go a little bit in the opposite direction. Of course, we are not the ones to tell, as we are looking at the game 4 in our eyes right now. The ADL will be right back after a very short break. Once again, we appreciate y'all's patience and tuning in to this amazing show so far, and hopefully we go the distance. Don't go anywhere. The ADL will return in just a bit. It's been back and forth the entire series, and now we get right back to the meat of it. TDK back on the blue side, WJV on the red, and we knew this. I mean, pretty much everyone here, it feels like they love being on that blue side if they get the chance. But WJV, all they need is one more win, and we never have to worry about that again. At the current moment, though, TDK is saying, yeah, you're gonna have to worry about it. The Master Yi still banned away. Same with the Velocos, and we're seeing these adjustments that you talked about. The flow of the draft from game to game throughout the entire series starting to come to fruition.
I'm excited to see the adaptations in the bans as WJV go back to red side after getting to enjoy the fruits of blue side drafts. Get the Lulu, get the Aurora, both very priority picks. I want to see if they decide this is Xin Zhao pick. If they can't take it first, maybe they want to get rid of it. That's going to have to mean giving over Gwen or Varus or Jinx, one of these strong champs. But I think if you leave up Gwen here, you're guaranteeing yourself.
Whoa.
TDK don't want to first pick it and don't want to give it over. But that now means that, I mean, TDK has had the opportunity to draft Jinx last game, and they balked at it. I think that this is the right decision. You don't want to give over the Gwen. This champion is too strong in too many ranks. So now, if they don't pick Jinx, you again just get, you get Jinx and whatever your second best is. I think TDK would be best here to take that Ahri first, because I really don't think it matters the matchup. Fizz is just a monster on this champion. I think if you draft Ahri first, you can build around it easily, but they're going to opt to go back to the Varus. Again, I mean, if y'all weren't here for game one, I'll rehash it quickly. Very versatile, long range, works in a lot of team comps. But the problem they had in game one was the rest of the draft. They didn't draft champions around Varus that support his play style. So I think it's been enough time for them to have learned from that mistake.
I think so as well. We're going to be watching to see exactly how this pans out, as once again WJV are going to go for what worked last time, because again with the Varus it's kind of the same position. Now granted, Varus poke is a little bit stronger. You land the arrows, you land the blight stacks, it's OP in certain stances. What are you going to pair with it though? We have seen multiple instances where TDK are opting to go ahead and blind their ADC first, wait on the support a little bit later on, and same with WJV. But WJV really wanted that Nami, and I think that's why they selected it away. They are going to go for the Bard though, so Hamura getting this comfort pick once again.
Yeah, I think completely took over the game on the Bard last time. Facilitated so many picks, and they get their Ahri. Both teams getting what they want. I was, in the back of my head, I was thinking maybe this could be a Blitzcrank angle. Try and neutralize the Lucian Nami, try and put them in a little bit more danger early on, and take Nami out of the equation. But I like the Bard because Lucian Nami obviously have a lot of dive threat, because you got healing, you got burst damage under turret. But at least now, if Varus is dying under turret, the support is making something happen across the map. The Galio into Ahri as opposed to the Kayle, I think, is a much better matchup, a great adaptation. And when you have Galio this early in a team comp, it makes these second phase bans so hard, because Galio's engage with that ultimate, there are too many champs that have like short range dashes. You can't get rid of all of them. So any champion that has the ability to get onto a Varus or Ahri or Bard, or just move themselves into the backline, even if it puts them in danger, Galio can make that champion a deadly engager. So I like the Urgot as just like, we don't want a safe top lane for them to be able to blind. But the only interesting thing I really see here is that we've got no jungle pick for either team, and that pool can get quite pinched as we see Vi and Jarvan picked up in the second phase of bans.
Yeah, this is going to be that moment where TDK are going, okay, we know what we want to ban out. We lose the Fiora, so maybe we're looking at Night Raven to get maybe the Jax again or something of the sort. But WJV, you need that engage like you were talking about. You need that buddy system with the Galio. There are other options that can bring a lot of damage down, but is it going to be enough? That's the question here. Are you going to have such an early lead? And they are going to roll with that Pantheon. This has been the flavor of the split to an extent for just about anything in the pro scene, in any competitive scene, I should say. Pantheon providing a lot of easy point and click CC. It is simple, it is effective, and again, the engage tactics are great.
Yeah, I've often been critical of Pantheon as a champion. I think Pantheon with follow-up, very good. But I've seen and talked to a lot of players that think that Pantheon is like an engage champ. Zac is an engage champ. Goes in, can survive after landing its abilities, whereas Pantheon, if it doesn't have follow-up, kind of just goes in and then dies. But with the Galio behind him, like I said, any champ that can get to the backline, Pantheon just points and clicks on the map and says, I want to be here, and then he gets there. So I love that pairing. And the Zac Mbessa, I think that this is an extremely good pick comp that also provides you frontline for the Varus. So this is a very versatile like selection that I haven't seen Zac in a little while, but this is a strong champ. The I forget the name of the item, Undying. The item that heals you when there are champions around you and you burn them and heal a portion of that burn goes so well on Jax. The Heartsteel goes so well right now. Mbessa has been one of the best champs of this series. I'm going to assume that last pick, despite there being no portrait, is the Camille coming through. Great top lane matchup into the Mbessa because you can avoid a lot of that damage and then just hop right back in on the E, get the stun, get the burst. And I think that Camille really suits the rest of the composition because, again, if Pantheon can't find the angle, Camille slingshots in, Hextech Ultimatum, and now you create these two massive zones where if they get onto Varus at any point, he's just dead.
He really is, and that's what kind of seals it all together, and that's what WJV are going for. They won game number 3 in convincing fashion due to early game prowess, due to the ability to jump in for a fight and to take over some of those early situations. TDK gonna try and fight their way back if they can, but at the current moment we'll have to wait and see. With that being said, game number 4 draft is done. You can take a look down the line and see exactly where everyone is kind of looking and eyeing towards. The Zac, though, as you called, is going to be very interesting. TDK versus WJV. Game number 4, WJV hunting for that series victory. TDK hoping to push for a game 5. We'll see how it goes right after this break.
moving on. Keep moving on. And they say I have a grim sense of humor.
It is time to see if WJV Weakside Jungle victims are able to take this series and prove they are on the strong side, or if Team True Gaming Death Knights will be able to take it on their own. We will have to see how it plays out and see if they can push us to a game number 5. But of course, at this current moment, it is all down to the Rift. Drastically different champions once again. Night Ravens this time also running without Flash, which is normally a Camille thing. But for Night Ravens running that Ignite TP, saying, let's duke it out.
Yeah, wants to ensure that in this losing matchup, they are able to find consistent early advantages. I like the response, though. Doran's shield for Camille, knowing that this champ has a ton of true damage, has CC built in the kit. The Camille trade pattern is so concise that they don't really need a ton of damage right away, so let's go for survivability. And Bessa is able to pump out so much consistent damage early. You want to be able to contest that. I really, you know, having that break to think, I really love the adaptations on both sides. I like that finally it feels like TDK have really consistent engage with Zach flying over top, creating some chaos. I love that they've stuck with the Galio. It worked so well. Epitome just got in such a groove. The bot lane aggression staying that way. I talked about my dislike for Pantheon, but this spot with the Galio follow-up is so smart. I mean, I think that we should probably, let this game carry the weight it should. I mean, WJV take this win and season's over. They've become the Split 1 champs. And I really think that they're playing with that in mind. It felt like those first 2 games, they were really refining their draft strategy. And in this 4th game, they found what's worked best, and they're really utilizing that.
Well, of course, the top side has been all about that duking power, though, that constant dueling aggression, which has worked in both directions. If you want to talk about it, WJV and TDK have both been willing to kind of harness that energy of who can win. Whoever wins will get an amplified battle and amplified help as well. As right now in the mid lane, we're seeing a little bit of toss back and forth. Both mid laners, again, as you called about, getting those pieces and scraps. Level 3 being hit, though, as that's going to be a charm and a flash in. Flash to the side, though. It doesn't matter because the Foxfire's chasing FYS picks up first blood. Now a chance, though, on the top side, as that's going to be a dance right back in, but Ignite went down from Night Ravens, so Rover wants out.
Fizz immediately taking advantage of the level advantage. The flash charm comes in. Sourcewalker's looking for revenge.
I think you might be able to get it, though. A charm, though, slows down the advancement. That's going to be the taunt in. But FYS is out instead. Both Floops and Sourcewalker kind of walk away with low HP overall. Well done. A little bit of a bounce, though, as Blush and Crushing Rock do the same. Nice start for TDK, though, as once again the Ahri starting to pick up pace.
Yep, trying to get that acceleration going just like the last game. I like the fact that Floops, even before seeing Sourcewalker closing in, started coming over, wanted to make sure you keep Fizz safe, keep them snowballing.
Oh no.
Making a play down here, Flash has to be utilized, so I like to see them matching the aggression in the bot side.
Well, we want aggression everywhere, actually, as Crushing Rock is going to get jumped on here. Flashes out to safety. Final Step takes it, but Epitome and FYS are taking quite low. Both are DB into lane, and now they're both playing on the edge, but the minion wave is much larger on the other side. Level 4 being hit here on either end as well. And Epitome, nothing else in the bank, is just kind of watching. FYS is trying to chunk these last few minions out. Meanwhile, Sourcewalker is trying to steal away this buff. Floops is able to get their Krugs, and this early game is already a mess. Way more action-packed than we saw the earlier game. Sourcewalker going to step up here, stepping out, and was just trying to bait a reaction. But Floops is going to lose their red buff, and everyone goes back to their personal sides.
I mean, that mid lane standoff was so tense because Fizz can't afford to leave that minion wave. It's so big, you would completely concede your level advantage. But one Winds of War connecting in Galio surely would have gotten the kill back. So they just opt to play it as safe as possible. Fizz plays around the range of Ahri, and really well done. And bot side, same thing. They recognize they have the push. They recognize that Bard has roamed. So you bring Panda into the jungle with Sourcewalker, and they are able to punish Floops on the Zac. Luckily, playing a tank jungler with engage, you really, you can afford to sack some camps. I do like, however, the fact that he is going for the Liandry's first. I think this has been one of the best adaptations in the jungle I've seen, where you have these magic damage dealing tanks like Maokai, Sejuani, and like Zac. And on some of these magic damage champions, you can afford to go for that Liandry's, and it makes it so much easier for you to skirmish other tanks and deal a lot of damage. Now, you usually see that when there's a lot more AD in the comp, but I like that he's going for that. I do think it's the optimal build path for Zac in this game. And speaking of optimal build path, well, hold on for that for a second.
I mean, Crushing Rock is going to be doing really, really low amounts of damage as it's trying to get over the wall, but they try and take the pathway, and there was no out. You had no flash, no barrier, and that's a dub.5 Rover now getting some help from Source Walkers. They're going to jump in. Night Raven not going to enjoy this one. What a Hextech ultimatum. Floops denied that ability. And right now, TDK losing on the sides, but winning in the mid as FYS is able to take a solo. But is it enough to converge on top of WJV's Camille and Lucian, who are in the lead?
Mitch trades all across the map using this aggression so well. And Hamura has that magical journey, but getting hit by absolutely everything. Blushwalks is up. But Varus is back. And I was going to ask, is it a caster curse if I was thinking about talking well about someone and then they died? Because I was about to compliment Crushing Rocks for going on hit this game. You're facing 3 melee champs that want to dive on top of you. You want to be able to go on hit to shred front to back. As soon as I had that thought, though, he ends up getting caught in the mid lane. But I mean, back to what you said, that top lane, perfect Hextech ultimatum to push Zac out of the fight, deny that CC, and like I said earlier, with the D-Shield reasoning, has only a Sheen. That just provides you that Spellblade passive, and yeah, some mana, and some cooldown reduction, I believe. So, you have just those things, but the stun on Camille's E is so long that you're able to win these fights just based on the kit alone. And as we look up and down at the items, the Symbiotic Souls completed for Galio is going to start charging that up. Pickaxe for Lucian, trying to further index this early aggression. And the Dark Seal has begun to stack once again 4 fists.
Of course, in that same value, we are just going to be sitting there wondering exactly how it's going to play out. Can FYS be able to step up in time? Right now, though, on the bottom side, we saw that little bit of a gentle repose, as that's going to be a jump in. Flash available for Epitome, but you get drawn right back in. And now it's time. TDK have identified that mid lane is their win condition, and Epitome isn't allowed to step up at all.
Nope, and Hamura gets his kill. He knows he is the game-changing player here on the Bard. Wants to try and get towards that dead man's plate early. Makes those roams so much easier because you get that slow auto. You're just doing so much. Again, though, you see the macro of WJV utilizing the bot push, utilizing the fact that a lot of the people involved in that mid-fight reset or went to go back and farm jungle camps. Now we are seeing that advantage gained, this permanent objective being taken. No ultimate for Bard, but they're going to go in on him. He's on the map.
And I really like this call here from WJV. You knew Hamura and the rest of the squad are on the weak side of the map, and now you get to chase them out of harm's way. Hamura, though, in a rough spot, has to dash away. Floop's going to bounce in the back line, and once again, it is Epitome to try and step up, but Epitome just gets chunked out. So that's actually a dub for TDK. And right now, FYS gonna watch as they are bubbled up. Chain of Corruption lands, though, on the very tip. And TDK are starting to show their strengths. FYS challenging the early game of WJV.
You pick Pantheon, Galio, Lucian, Nami, you expect to win the early game, but it is the champions on the side of TDK showing their mastery on the Varus, on the Ahri. The Zac pocket pick only been picked less than a handful in this entire league. Same with Bard, but they're showing what practice can do on some of these champions, allowing TDK to counter the entire draft philosophy of WJV, and it's showing dividends as the kill score may only be 5-3, but if Lucian doesn't get ahead early, it's going to be hard for him to contest with the amount of health built up by Zac and Mbessa. Even the bruiser items coming out for Mbessa is going to make Lucian's job a lot more difficult. And I mean, this as of right now, seeing, thanks to the Blue Otter League for the raid here, and with that coming in, this makes me hopeful if we have a Game 5 situation. TDK showing a lot of life early in this game.
I mean, we say life, but honestly, all that life is in FYS. FYS specifically has been that shining light and will continue to do so. Epitome has been struggling here, even opted to go without that magic resist at the start. So it's, again, this kind of race to see how long it's going to take. TDK just dancing on the edge of this possible game 4 loss. At the same time, they're putting their best foot forward right now, though. Panda and Blush right now in the mid lane, trying to get a little bit of an advantage. Top side Rover doing their best to kind of dance out with Night Raven, and seeing these shifts everywhere as Source Walker was looking for those grubs as much as possible. Second Dragon is going to be available in about 2.5 minutes, but the top side is really where it's at. Here goes the Hextech Ultimate MTP coming in here as well, and this is a danger. What a nice bait all the way around, but they're not going to get the kill enough because the stall tactics coming out of TDK are just too strong, and that's the annihilation. WJV stalled into oblivion, and TDK passed them up.
When they draft these type of comps, it facilitates their playstyle so well. In game 1, they were trying to look for these fights constantly, but they just didn't have the tools on the champions they drafted. But you're seeing now, when they have champs that can force a fight, they pull the trigger so quick and they follow up so well. There is no hesitation. There's no miscommunication. They notice that they could get that 6 grub advantage and they fully commit. And even when Night Ravens is caught a little too early, he's able to stall out on his own, and then the Bard ult comes, gives them even more time for the Ahri teleport to complete, and then Fizz just utilizing this massive advantage gained to just run the team fight. And now 6 Void grubs, Dragon spawning in a minute 25, absolutely in a position to contest that and match or even up the Dragon score. Just really, really solid gameplay so far from TDK. Now, WJV obviously still have an avenue. Their 5v5 is still incredibly strong, but it is vital with the low amounts of damage on their team. Camille is going to have to deal with that Q cooldown. That's going to be their go button. And Pantheon, same thing, needs to charge up, needs to land everything to get as much damage as possible. Galio's tanking this with this build, so they're going to need to contest with the burst that will come out from Ahri and the constant DPS that will come out from Varus.
To be willing to understand their breakpoints and understand their strengths, as we do see Dragon, as you were mentioning, 30 seconds in. Night Ravens and Floops, though, trying to catch one over Rover, who is playing a little bit back, probably understands that there's something going on here, seeing a little bit of a dance, and doesn't want to be caught unawares. A little bit of a chunk back. Floops now over a ward. It's now very obvious. Even roaming up is Hamura, who, as we talked about before, had a stellar game number 2. Is not going to try and pinch it very, very well. No Merc Treads for Rover, as Rover is forced all the way back to their tier 2. Danda's here to help out here. Bubble goes out, and Wave is to dance up and heal. But during this entire time, WJV are going to claim their own piece of this pie. They got the earlier feat of Warfare, I believe, and now they're also going to get the 3 camps of their own. Hextech Ultimatum, though, being able to deny, and Floops is caught, and that's going to be the great piece of the puzzle. Really well done. Dragon to jungler, TDK lose both.
I mean, that was really questionable decision making from TDK. I was just praising their ability to pull the trigger, but they have such a big advantage right now in any fight, and yet they opt to completely give up the Dragon, as culling is used in exchange for barrier. They opt to just completely sack the Dragon to look for a pick topside, almost immediately reveal their plan. They still use so many cooldowns to try and get the Camille, but she has her E. You're never ever going to catch up with her. And then even after it's clear they won't kill Camille, they still overstay. Galio is able to join in. And now, whenever you see that, if you make a throw like that once, obviously that was not the most massive throw. It's still a 2K gold lead, but it makes me, start to say, if they can do it once, they can do it again. And now with Infernal Soul being the one, that's going to be a massive advantage for WJV. Not only making them, the closest to the Soul, obviously, but the fact that if they get one more dragon, no matter how they get it, whether it's a steal or another uncontested, TDK is now forced every 5 minutes to fight on WJV's terms because they can't afford to give over that Soul point.
I mean, it's such a dangerous place to be in. And now they have to kind of watch for a little bit of pacing. So now we get to see this delve around this bottom side as we're still waiting for a major tower to be taken. TDK were able to break through the top side, but we're still waiting for that mid. You can see how healthy those are for the side of WJV. Herald has spawned up 6 grubs, went TDK's way, so they are very comfortable in that position. It is all about this this last neutral camp, whichever one it goes to. WJV are going to be fighting for it just as hard because that'll be the boots upgrade. And that'll be nice to play with as well. Of course, for Epitome, we've been watching them kind of struggle throughout this entire game, and they had to opt for the Hall of Radiance early on, which they were able to build up, and now they go ahead and make for that Rift Maker. So they're going to be pacing against Night Ravens, but bot side, we might be able to see a little bit of Song and Dance, Source Walker, and Panda in the area just in case.
I'm very curious as to what item Varus is about to build. Has the Ruby Crystal, and I have seen some, well, I'll save it because Fist is getting old.
I mean, this was seen for a while, and the bubble denies it as well, and the Hextech Ultimatum keeps you in pace. Late TP as well as Night Ravens is going to try and get some revenge back. Source Walker doesn't have the shield, gets the stun, and flashes on top of Night Ravens just for a little bit of style, which allows Rover to actually get close. Bard Ultimate lands only on 1, which means Rover keeps the duel up. Rover now dancing out. Bubble lands, no, but it's enough to get the heal out. And that's going to be an ult in from this Source Walker. Meanwhile, the entire time, it is Floops to garner the 3rd camp, meaning this time it's WJV missing out on the macro.
Source Walker just hitting every single button on his keyboard, just wants to use everything to try and intimidate that Mbessa away. I mean, bit of a sketchy fight, but in the end, don't end up losing much, so we can just count it a win. We got some cooldowns. We got the dive on Fist off, and even though, like you said, it was seen, just maybe a little bit of disrespect shown. Darkseal loses those stacks. You get that shutdown gold. I want to go back to the point I was making earlier. I think this might be a hull breaker buy. I've seen it on some Varus as the Galio ult comes out defensively, but it's a decent item second because you do get some damage. And while it might not be as good as Bork, I guess he's looking across and seeing that there maybe isn't enough HP, in his opinion, being built. So he can opt to go for that hull breaker. Every 5th auto obviously is going to be accelerated by the Guinsus. You'll get those autos much more often. Makes your turret killing ability so much greater. This isn't the first time I've seen it. Now, I haven't done enough like practice tool or looking at other builds to see how optimal it is, and I know that the gold efficiency of Hullbreaker is in a okay spot, but I think that this is a game where you really, if it weren't the finals, if it weren't someone like Crushing Rock who plays this champion so often, you'd be asking more questions. But over the course of this season, or this series as well, Crushing Rock has shown enough for me to have confidence in this build. It looks like they're going to go full siege mode on this mid turret.
I think this is a call, but right now this is a 4v5. Good catch on to Source Walker, but here comes the TP as well. Good song coming out from Epitome to stall out the fight in their own, and Floops is actually chunked up very heavily. Rover ready to go with the Hextech Ultimate. They're going to find Night Ravens. It's a complete assassination of TDK's top laner. That's all they really need. FYS, though, was able to get away, thankfully, for TDK. But WJV are looking for this dragon. What a catch by Rover. Rover, Hextech Ultimate is in and slices right through that Ahri. Now they can continue on as Floops is trying to help out. But a bubble is perfect as WJV claim 1 after 1 after 1. And it's an easy pickings. Now a fight back as Crushing Rock tried to bring the damage, but it's not enough. You're on hit. And TDK have to relinquish dragon.
I mean, that's one of the most dangerous team fights to opt into. Imagine playing against a team comp that has such good engage, and now imagine they don't even have to use their engage abilities because you run into them. They're able to just stand their ground, don't have to utilize any of the CC other than Galio's AoE taunts, and it makes it so hard to fight into them. But because they drafted so much mobility, you kind of get this dual-purposed team fight opportunity where you can be the ones walking forward or the ones accepting the push from the opposing team. And I really like their commitment. Just put everyone mid, let's siege this turret. They have to respond. You're seeing now though, because they were able to respawn and get here, trying to get this Otacon as soon as possible, and not all of the members are WJV here. They might just sack this.
Yeah, this is going to be that test right now. This is a big fight coming in. In comes Sourcewalker trying to steal away the Otacon. Are you going to get it? Smite out. Smite wins. He won the Smite battle, which means it's a permanent buff over to the side of WJV, and they are going to crush the resounding fight afterwards. FYS on the run from one of the strongest members of the Rift, and it's a double kill for Blush as WJV reap the benefits of the Otacon steal.
They remained patient throughout all the pressure. They took it and they did not flinch. And there you see the strength of the Pantheon Galio combo. Pantheon ults in. I commented that they weren't in position, but it doesn't matter where you're standing. When Pantheon is able to use that Grand Starfall followed up by the Galio, all of a sudden two members are right in the middle of your whole team. Incredible smite by Sourcewalker. There's a reason this guy's first team all-star, one of the best players in this league, and just complete composure, no flinch whatsoever, and now they are firmly back into this game, nearly a 3k gold advantage, and looking to start sieging some structures.
I mean, that's all they need to do now. Break open the bases, get that gold lead running. And Epitome is starting to become that front line that you really wish they would be. Rover on their own 3-1 and 4. Everyone on WJV pulling their weight here now. And I can only hope to see even more. TDK, though, they're starting to see their hopes slip away a little bit faster and faster, and it is dangerous, to say the least. Quick little catch, though, on the Crushing Rock, because that is the fastest we've seen Varus pop thus far. And that's the strength of Pantheon when it comes to leads, when it comes to proactivity. He is second to none.
Yeah, I'd love to actually hear the comms in that moment, because no flash on Varus, so knowing that, there's absolutely no chance that he can escape a flash stun from Pantheon. So they must have had that timer ticked in the chat. They pull the trigger, instantly kill. And like I mentioned last game, this new reorder of the Lucian build, you go that Essence Reaver into IE, you're able to put out so much damage so much later into the game. And I mean, that allows them to take the mid turret, go up, take the top turret. So now, in a minute and 50 seconds when Baron spawns, they are going to be able to push mid and top lane all the way to the inner tier turret, which means that if TDK want to contest the Dragon at all, it's going to be walking through so much vision. Not only the incredible amount of wards placed around the Baron pit, but also they're going to have to walk through minion waves, which makes it so much easier to take the objective when you know exactly when the enemy team is going to try and contest it.
Light it up like a Christmas tree. Vision everywhere for WJV, as he called. But honestly, even though there is vision, I would almost assume that you don't care about it. You're just going to try and break open those waves once again. Remember, in game number 3, we saw WJV, Weakside Jungle Victims, choose to open up the base in 19.5 minutes. They brushed down that bot side and would have shoved from blue into the inhib. And I can foresee him doing it yet again. This is a comp that really wants to get off the ground very quickly. And again, they've done so. You can take a look 3 items deep for Blush, running that IE, already having that damage, still waiting for upgraded boots, by the way. Just doesn't care for them at all. And I'm looking on the other side, and FYS is the only one that I would trust aiming for that backline. You're not able to buy that Magi's this time around. You're still waiting for your second item.
I wish you guys could see the look on my face, as I'm sure whatever point you just made was incredible. Look at Varus. No time. They're starting another fight.
Nope, the fight's not even a fight when you're just annihilated like that one. TP a little bit late, but Epitome is right in the mix. Is gonna flash away to safety, but they found Crushing Rock again, and the ADC is sectioned off. This is destruction for TDK as Weakside jungle victims are the aggressors this time around. They are taking Death Knights to school and then some, as Rover is off in a 1v1. No worries at all. Now a 1v2. Charm lands on the back end. Remember, it's just a piece of the pie. Rover goes down, but mid is gonna fall, and Soul goes away of the victims.
Just complete control, complete execution. They know exactly what they're doing. They see the championship in their future. They want it now. They want to get this over with. Pushing down onto that second structure. Don't want to get the Baron until they get as many structures as they can. Just so well executed. I'm in shock. I'm speechless at how they've returned to this game. Flukes though wants to get a fight with uneven numbers.
And I don't like this again because Panda has been so on point with the bubbles. It is undeniable facts that both supports have been amazing in their own rights, but at this current moment, that Nami is doing so much better with the presence of mind, with those bubbles laid down, with those waves as well. It has always been a chance FYS that wants to find that catch. Oh, but what a charm lands on one. You're able to root them up, and that's going to be Bless getting caught out in the open. What a devastating blow. Source Walker not having any freedom to help out. A double bubble still, giving time for Rover to jump on in, but the damage has already been done, and all of a sudden it's TDK to start rushing down, even though he had some safety. Panda with a third bubble to boot, but it's only going to delay the inevitable as Rover ain't going to get over the wall, and that's TDK to find a random team fight for their own and look for the Baron instead.
And that's Baron. They remain so patient, even in the face of overwhelming team fight defeats over and over again. They stay calm and they stay confident. They go for that fight. I was trying to mention earlier, the Varus build, so unique, goes for that Hex plate, which gives you health, damage, and attack speed, ultimate haste, and makes it so when you cast your ultimate, you get a burst of attack speed. And he shows how strong that can be, ulting Blush and getting such a steroid to just instantly burst him down, and then they just kind of go one by one and pick off the members of WJV that didn't get the memo to get the hell out of there. So now they have Baron. They are able to save themselves, prevent for themselves from getting pushed in. So at the very least, they are going to be able to protect their base so much easier, and at most they may be able to turn the tables and start taking objectives for themselves. And I mean, what no better moment than for us to get another raid. Thank you, DDG. I mean, I thought that this series might have been done and dusted, but TDK are back.
TDK are going to be fighting for their absolute lives, but they do feel a little bit more confident if they only look at the items. They feel in control. It is 46-47 versus 47. Both teams actively in that range, but the main difference is the Infernal Soul in the hands of WJV. Yeah, it doesn't let them survive a little bit longer, but in an even 5v5, it's absolutely going to be in WJV's pockets if they can join in quickly. However, with the Baron buff, that is what TDK is going to use to bump their gold up even further. A little bit of a chance to catch. Panda has to flash away, and now it's just a powerhouse down. FYS going to look. Charm misses. And is there going to be a fall? Yes, there is. In goes the crash and burn. Source Walker going to be charmed up, but it's enough to draw everyone into the mix. Rover about 2 seconds out, and they find that catch once again. However, the backline is going to be another. Floops with the AP is going to do some work. Huge heals come out, but Night Raven trying to dance it out, and they do. However, the damage has been done once again as Rover outside of that stasis is going to chop down Floops ever further. It's a whole world of pain as it's a 3-for-3 on either end. Oh no, that recall very nicely timed with the Baron buff. But TDK make the best out of a bad situation. WJV struggled into that battle.
Extremely greedy. They do find WJV on the back foot, but they're able to fight and make it even in the end. Ultimately, what ended up doing it for WJV was Crushing Rock standing way too far forward, ends up getting caught in that Pantheon Galio combo. And he does have a lot of survivability with the experimental hex plate and the terminus, but he just doesn't have enough. He's still at the end of the day an AD carry. He's not built to be able to live that long. Thankfully, because of this somewhat unorthodox build, able to get a lot of damage out before he died, which made the fight even in the end. But, you know, going into these next fights, I feel like this game is right back to an even game state. The Varus has scaled past the Lucian, and you see like there's way more tank on the side of TDK, but there's also more healing and shielding on the side of WJV. You know, it's just such a varied skill set each team has acquired for themselves. I think it's just going to come down to who has the better positioning in these fights. I really, really want to see Varus go for the Bork. I know that they're kind of pushing it off, doesn't want to go it, but if you look at the items, health built on some items by Nami, health on every single Galio item, every single Pantheon and Camille item, except for that Ravenous Hydra going for the full lifesteal side lane build. I think the Bork would really tie together this Varus and allow him to truly shred any frontliner that comes in his way. Also think that Bard has to try and get some sort of Mikhails or some sort of, you know, use the Tempered Fate more to protect Crushing Rock, because there's so much damage that can come out of this Varus, and it feels like right now they're only relying on Ahri.
Right now, what they're also relying on is Rover to get caught out here. Huge piecing arrow and a TP in, but a little bit further away. Rover is now safe. But again, a great Bard ulti is going to grab two, and now you get the charm on multiples. It's going to be decimation as TDK are going to break out the fight once again, and there is going to be no safety. You lost your damage, you lost your front line, you lost your ability to fight. TDK may have pushed himself into a game 5 spot.
They have Elder Dragon available, and again, it's Hamura on the Bard. He finds the Tempered Fate onto Blush, has Flash available, but doesn't use it. Must not have been up in the moment, and they're able to just eliminate two massive threats right at the start when there's no Camille and there's no Lucian. You're left with a tank Galio and a Nami that has nobody important to buff. And so now with Elder Dragon, we asked what they could do with Baron, and I said at least they could protect the base, at most they could push their own structures. But now with Elder Dragon, buff for Baron, how can WJV possibly contest that objective when they have these massive execute advantages over them?
By fighting very, very precariously. We haven't seen Rover have a good engage as of late. They have been kind of forced into a position of danger every single time. They've been caught by the Bard ult every single time as well. Source Walker has been left alone, and I think it really comes down to Blush. Blush being the mainstay damage dealer for the team is starting to be a little bit lackluster, still sitting on that BS sword since about 2 minutes ago. And we need to see that Lucian always stay available. So much hope has been placed on this back end. And it's just a difficult position to be in. I understand that. But in a full 5v5, we might see some magic happen just yet. But as you called, the Elder is going to be taking down. Baron is now currently available. This would be the second for TDK if they're able to pick it up.
Yeah, I mean, you just can't contest this. There's no chance. You would just simply be almost forfeiting the game if you tried to 5v5 at this point. 4 of them have Elder buff. They're just picking up waves. They know what's happening. There's so much vision in their top quadrant. The only maybe worth way would be a steal with just Pantheon, but if you don't get it, now there's a 5v4 for the next almost minute, and that surely could spell the end of the game. They have to be so careful. I see now Galio walking in, trying to get some deep vision, has those symbiotic souls because can recall very quickly. But I mean, some of the limitations in this draft, you know, the Pantheon, the damage has really fallen off. Camille, not ahead, the damage has fallen off. And now you're getting out damaged by Zac Jungle. It's a really tough spot to be in. Lucian can't deal much damage without putting themselves in danger.
Epitome? Epitome? Where are you? Epitome? Are you joining in right now? This is looking devastating. You're just now recalling. I know you can get back quickly, but I don't know about this. That's a 3-man Bard ulti. They might look to try and challenge, but here comes that fight. Huge chain to come out here if a possibility, but there goes the Galio ultimate. You're trying to branch in, but it's for safety value. Blush is still alive, but the base is open, and it looks like it's going to be GG. Rover trying to stop this fight, but it's going to be done. TDK forced us to a game 5 series.
They did not want this series to end that way with another one-sided game. They opt for the winning strategy from game 2. They index into their carries, and Fizz early steps up, but then, I mean, the Varus just is running things seemingly, but every good ADC is empowered by their right-hand man, and I want to give a huge shout out to Hamura. His Bard has truly changed this series, and what I love about this standard draft is now, you know, we're going to probably see a side switch again, I would assume. And now you've got to ask, like, there are a lot of options on blue side to ban a lot of these, like, stable, like, champs. You don't have to have those fixed bans. I would consider taking Bard out of this series for Game 5.
I mean, they might have to. And honestly, taking a look at that gold chart, it's been a day and a half. Even with 4 dragons in their bank, they weren't able to overcome. And I'm also looking at that mid lane. FYS has started to win handedly over Epitome. This Ahri has been an absolute menace. That terrifies me at the end of the day. So we'll have to see how it goes. Right now, ADL grand finals of the playoffs here in this split will continue in just a bit as we go to a short break and make sure we see the teams on the other side. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. You know it's time to play. We got game 5 on the way. The only way to settle who gets the championship, it is going to go down to one chance and one chance only. And with that being said, WJV get their blue side. Blue side has been utilized very heavily to get advantages in terms of the draft, and it looks like it's going to happen again as we see the RA ban come out once again. What we don't see right now is that Bard ban, something that we talked about before. Hamura played it to great exception, but I think this is the right call in the fact that Epitome has been struggling in that mid lane every single game against the RA, whether you want to call it solo or not, and I think this is the right call if they do lock it in.
Yeah, because it's not just that Fizz has been so strong on the champion, it's that this champion is just so strong. So they're trying to find these matchups. It's like, well, Galio should be able to survive. He's got, you know, tank MR built in, builds an MR item first, and still Fizz just able to find so many solo opportunities. So now Bard is up and available, but still a lot of good first picks. You know, we can look at the series and say maybe we want to just go back to the Jinx, or do we want to stay with the Lucian? They opt to go with Ezreal. I think that this is, you know, a very safe first pick. Again, another champion that you can kind of build around. You can either build a comp that plays into the zone potential Ezreal brings you, or you can play into a comp where there's essentially 4 champions that in a team fight want to do one thing, and then Ezreal's just kind of there poking and prodding and throwing at everyone and just peppering the whole team. So I feel like this is a good first grab. Also can have decent lanes into Varus and into Jinx. But I think the Varus response is perfect. This guy has not looked really shaky yet. He got caught a few times, stepping up a little too far, getting hit by CC he shouldn't have. But overall, showing a very good understanding of the champ. The Vi picked up. This is a champion that we haven't seen much of the series. People have been opting to go for some lesser played jugglers that have a similar goal. But Vi, very simple to execute. You hold your Q and you point it at a target, let it go. If you don't hit him, hit ult, and just able to lock down a single target for so long. And also able to pair so well with other bruisers.
What we're looking at is now that chase into the Vel'Koz, something that WJV used in game number 1 all the way back then, and finally left open once again. WJV going for that long range style, and all of a sudden that mid lane shift is now in TDK's favor because the Vel'Koz was utilized so heavily and very comfortably. I'm curious to see Weakside jungle victims. Now we get into the meat of things. Where are you going to go with that jungle presence? And we're going with the tank onslaught. I was wondering about this, if we were going to see Sejuani, but it is going to be a shift of power, but that left open the TF and TDK now into the second ban phase.
Yep, and this has been banned before. They didn't want Fizz to get his hands on this Twisted Fate pick. Can obviously, like we said, be anywhere. They're taking kind of the WJV strategy with the Galio pick they've been using of, you know, we want to be able to affect the map early and often. And with Vi, that's so easy. I think that TDK, we've been seeing primarily Enchanter supports, almost exclusively now that I think back. I really think that this is the game for TDK to make the swap. Go for engage, because the core of the damage on WJV is all zone. It's all, we want to be as far away as possible, hitting you with pot shots, throwing out our abilities. And if you fully commit to Vi goes in, another engage champ goes in, Twisted Fate, Destiny's behind their whole team, you can really ruin what WJV has heavily indexed into early in this draft.
I mean, you can already see where the focus is for WJV, though, saying, hey, the Bard is gone, which, respect over the fact it made it all the way through into ban phase 2 shows TDK may have been hunting for that ban itself. The Ornn and the Urgot, though, on the flip side, meaning this is going to be a little bit more difficult for the top side. We've seen Rover you know, have some varied success here and there, which is why we're seeing the Renekton ban a little bit an early game tactic, but the Mbessa is still up. We still see that Camille, which quite honestly, the Camille handed the Mbessa some rough moments. So I am curious to see WJV might have to blind that one. TDK, though, you might have to grab your top or your support. Either one may be blind. And there's a Shaco that we talked about before. There's a Shaco player on TDK, and they're breaking it out here.
And it's Hamura at support. This guy has over 100 games of Shaco. He's a menace. And does it really fit their team comp? No. But if you've got a guy who's played over 100 games of Shaco support, I trust he knows what to do. I trust he knows how to make this thing work. I think it fits their kind of like disrupting want, where, you know, WJV, like I said, they want to let Vel'Koz and Ezreal sit back while Sejuani and Mbessa play bouncer. And if you've got Shaco going in Viz, Twisted Fate revealing all of them, TPing behind them, I think it's going to make it very difficult. I love this hover, and if they lock it in, I love it even more. The versatility of the Karma pick is something that WJV used really well in Game 1. It not only supports those zone champs if they get dove on, but also is able to provide even more artillery damage. Just a great champion to pick up, and something that Panda showed a lot of skill on. Right now, we don't see our top laner. Ornn is banned. I really think this is a spot to pick something with hard engage, something where you can really, you know, affect the map. Camille can do that. This was a matchup last game that kind of went back and forth. It really depended on wave state, on who got the better reset. But overall, I think that, you know, Night Ravens proved that they are a very good, you know, very good with this champion and can really take over a game.
Well, let's see if it can be done the opposite direction. There are so many ways to kind of think about this. And for TDK, I mean, it is the catch and run. It is the hit and run tactic of a, you know, very comfortable squad. I mean, we see the Vi, we talked about it all. This is the synergistic way, but WJV playing a little bit backside. And I have to ask, with the TF and the Vel'Koz in the mid lane, this is a different set than we saw before. What do you think of this one? Do you think we are going to see Epitome have a much better game this time around, or do you think that Vel'Koz might actually be the undoing to WJV's comp?
I mean, I think the Vel'Koz pick in and of itself, it's not about the champion as much as it's the team comp you force yourself into. You can't pick hard engage with Vel'Koz on your team because he just can't. You don't want that champ going forward. You don't want him to have to look and seek out his angles. So Twisted Fate in the lane, you know, doesn't have a lot of burst. He has to get pretty close to deal a lot of his damage. So, you know, I might look bad later because Fizz has been playing incredible. I don't know how many solo kills we're going to see from a Twisted Fate Vel'Koz lane, but I think that in the end, WJV might have gotten what they wanted, but TDK has pure comfort. They have very simple to execute tools, and I think in Game 5 of the finals, this is exactly where you want to be.
All right, well, there's the thoughts for us right now. We are diving into the do or die moment. Games 1 through 4 don't matter. It's all about this finish. Who will take the act number 5? Who will walk away with the crown? All that will be answered in just a few moments. We are going to go to a short break one last time for tonight as we get everyone loaded onto the Rift. Once we do, we will have our answers. Please don't go anywhere. The ADL will be back.
Close your eyes, have faith in me, and leave the lie behind. You're never alone. Whenever it's gone, let the shadows take hold. You're never alone. Let the poison in. Feel the warmth arise. Close your eyes, have faith in me, and leave the lie behind. You're never alone. Whenever it's gone, let the shadows take hold. You're never soon you'll be set truly free from all those chains you bear.
It all comes down to this. We are live with the last time these players will be on Summoner's Rift for the ADL 2025 spring season. This is that moment. We've seen players step up. We've seen them step into very big shoes one way or another. Epitome with the Vel'Koz in game 1, Blush in game 3, Panda and Hamura literally trading their strengths and weaknesses, and everyone else getting in on the mix. I am excited to see what this final game has in store.
Yeah, and you mentioned it in draft. You know, this is we talked when the series went 1-1 of just think of it as a best of 3, and now at 2-2, one game and you win. You win the prize. You win all of the awards that come with the potential MVP, and I love that both of these teams have decided if we're going to win, we're going to do it through comfort. We're going to do it through playing champs we know well. My only question mark is the Sejuani pick. It's obviously an incredible combo with Ambessa, but no other melees on the entire roster. It feels like maybe like Source Walker usually playing something with a little bit more 1v1 potential in the jungle, but I want to see how well he can facilitate for the rest of his team. As you know, you see this top lane, I feel like we've watched it so much but haven't really talked as much about the constant trading and how even this matchup has been all series.
I mean, it's been such a test either way, as you're seeing the laning phase get underway. As per usual, it's either a left or right, and right now it is a left and right. Floops and Sourcewalker starting on the bottom side of the map and making sure to clear the whole jungles once again. This Sejuani is starkly different for Sourcewalker. Not a duelist, not going to be stepping in to do damage, but instead body blocking, getting that Glacial Prison down. And I'm gonna be very, very excited to see if that does make a difference, if that does become that linchpin for the team, as Sourcewalker played that Pantheon fairly well through the early mid stages. Of course, as much as I talk, we're seeing a little bit of a shift here, as we are getting a little bit of a punch up. FYS stepping up for that chase, and once again, it's Epitome gets jumped on underneath this tower, and it looks like we are gonna get that finish in front. Burn, baby, burn, as its first blood into revenge kill. FYS though, no flash, no ability. Last auto is there, and it's an empowered Q from Panda to help finish it off. So first blood to TDK, WJV with 2 of their own.
I could see what TDK's thought process was. Epitome has fallen behind in every single game. Let's ensure that that stays the same in game 5. But WJV were ready for it. Sourcewalker gets there so quick. That's what happens when you start on the same side of the jungle as your opponent, able to respond so quickly. And Epitome is able to stall long enough for Sourcewalker to get there. And then Panda, who in my opinion has been incredible every game of this series. Obviously, as a support playing a lot of enchanters, you're going unnoticed, but he runs right up there to help them secure a 2-for-1. So what should have been a really good start for TDK ends up being them on the back foot, down 500 gold already. And Ezreal down here, you know, one of the reasons you pick this champ is because when the support leaves, he can just farm with those mystic shots. He doesn't have to worry about, you know, getting traded back. He can farm from so far away, and you're seeing somewhat the strengths of the Shaco, especially Shaco into Ezreal, being able to use those boxes to block the mystic shots, but going to be on the back foot to start because Shaco was not able to get any bush control. Another game we're seeing on hit Varus this game, a stark difference from game 1 where the Varus went lethality, thinking I want to go through the front line and hit those backline targets. This time, even with multiple backline targets, deciding to go on hit Varus this game.
And I wonder how well that's going to play out. Right now, Crushing Rock has had some ups and downs, and this might be the play in mid lane. We're seeing Epitome start to get some matches as well, trying to get some extra damage down with those 3-strike procs with the abilities. Top side, we're seeing Night Ravens try and build up a fairly hefty wave, hoping to crash it into the tower, maybe get some damage down on Rover as well. We'll see if it works out. Of course, this top side, as we mentioned, has been very volatile. Rover and Night Ravens have gone at it like cats and dogs. Dragon first up, though. It is going to be a Hextech to play for, so no Hextech Soul to dance on. Huge shield come out, though, as Rover inside of the minion wave tried to get some good damage and was able to find it. Second proc of the Grassing and Dying, so a little bit of a trade win there.
Yep. Wants to make sure he thins out this wave and gets as much poke down as possible to prevent a tower dive, but a Knight being used.
Rover this time saying hello, this is all me, but at the same time it's turned around. Night Ravens, one more auto can do it, but neither wants to fully commit. That's a flash forward, and that's a kill for Rover. That will beat the feat of warfare, going the way of WJV, while TDK take the first streak.
I feel like these two have been playing on the absolute edge of the matchup every single game, and finally, early on, one of them find an advantage as Rover is able to take down the first team all-star, saying, hey, I know I got third team, but maybe I wanted a little bit more than that. Panda's mid again.
And that's going to be another challenge. Honestly, Panda rightfully understanding that FYS and Floops are going to be dancing very, very heavily around this mid lane. I think Epitome is, in the eyes of just about everyone, the most immobile there in the chance, but Floops, they're having to step away here, and I'm curious to see exactly where they go. That's a quick snap, though. What a snipe! The timing could not have been more perfect. Floops went over and said, why'd you die, bro?
I mean, I've been talking in the breaks about how I feel like both these teams, players have stepped up every single game. It feels like different players every game have made the difference. And this time, Rover showing up so massively, gains an advantage in isolation top, and then moves mid to help Epitome climb back into this lane and really stabilize the map. I mean, that is what it takes to make it here to the finals. It takes a roster full of players capable of taking over games, and now another 2v2 in the top side, but it's going to become a 3v2.
Oh, and what a great call as well. As soon as that Destiny came out, it was done. You call that off and it gives more time for Epitome to farm up. Remember, Epitome has done so well in their positioning when they're allowed to farm, when they have a very comfortable laning phase, which, I mean, you could say that about just about anyone. Before Epitome, it doubly so. So I like the fact that you're able to kind of push up, get a little extra CS lead. You are seeing a little bit of a recall here. Floop's ready to be an annoying pain in the backside as Source Walker is going to get bumped here. Rover coming around the edge. Maybe they look to try and get someone, but the HP bars do not work in their favor. It's TDK just trying to run a little rough shot in that mix.
Yeah, I like the discipline there. This is a team comp that scales quite well, and it's going to be really tough to win that fight. So let's not risk it. Let's not go for too much here. And you mentioned about Epitome being able to push the advantage, but I really want to drive home when you spend that much time on the top side, and when he did walk in the lane, he's sharing XP with Camille, with Camille and with Vi. He goes back bot side. He lost about a wave and a half under his turret for nothing. So that means Epitome is going to go from being pushed in almost every game of the series to having a level advantage and facing a Twisted Fate who is building Roa, not going into very much, not getting much damage out of those abilities, or out of those items, I should say. So we could see this last game kind of flip on its head in terms of the mid matchup, and it kind of makes me wonder. Fizz obviously has a proficiency on the Twisted Fate. It was banned earlier. He plays it. But in Game 5, in a series where Fizz has absolutely taken over, is it the best idea to put him on a champion that is more so about utility than about actual carry potential?
That's left up for the team to decide. It was banned away before, and honestly, we've seen rotations coming out of Fizz very comfortably. But a chance in the mid lane once again. And that's going to be that Song and Dance Epitome stepping up, trying to get some extra damage. But Source Walker now paying attention towards his mid lane. You have to give credit where credit is due. Source Walker on this Sejuani has been comfortably giving presence in all lanes. It feels like Rover on the top side as well, having a little bit better fight, and it's always been a duel back and forth. But of course, it's all about the chunking factor. Who gets the chunk and who doesn't?
Yep, trying to maintain those health bars to make these trades even more. So Destiny coming down again.
And this time it's just an easy snap up. You tried to buffer it out, but Rover has no out, and that's the comfortability level, as we do like to see. So TDK, once again, as soon as that ult comes down, you're happy about that ult. Very nicely done. This, of course, for their own, starting to ramp up a little bit. You talked about the build, but it's all about the cards.
Yep. And I mean, that's the danger of Twisted Fate. It's not just, once they can make that decision every time on cooldown. It doesn't matter where you are on the map. Any skirmish can become a 2v1 so quickly. You get stun card. Obviously, in this situation, the Hextech Ultimatum is also available, and there's just nowhere to go. So, I mean, that changes the whole dynamic of the game, because how do you try to push up your lane? If you're Swordswalker, how do you go for an invade? If you're the bot side, how do you try and go for an aggressive trade while pushing under tower? At any moment, you could be at a disadvantage and getting stunned from, off your screen. So with the Roa completed for Twisted Fate, even though he had fallen a bit behind in lane as the Comet goes flying from a Jack-in-the-Box across the screen, at any moment, you have to be so afraid of Twisted Fate, and despite the fact that they fell behind early, now with that Roa is going to be able to catch back in and maybe even get an XP advantage, trying to get that level 2 ultimate at level 11 so that they can teleport even further as teams both get ready for this Chemtech Dragon.
This Dragon, of course, being traded back would be a step up for WJV. Of course, that is going to be a punch out by Epitome. Floop's not allowed to play inside of this lane, and all of a sudden you chase up to the top side of the map. I wonder if Rover is going to be able to roam in to help out, but no, Night Ravens has him in check. Right now, Floop's has to recall. It's going to be an option for Source Walker. You can see that call down. Rover knows that everyone rotated up, meaning you are in danger. It is going to be this carry. Keep eyes. This is a split fight. WJV over on the Dragon and TDK over on the Bugs. The Grub's going to be a little bit of a song and dance. Smite should come down. It is taken. Sourcewalker and Blush are out. And a nice chase out by Crushing Rock with that chain of corruption. I'm curious here where those grubs went. It looks like one was only taken, so WJV could pick up 5 potentially.
Yep, they used the fact that they got Vi Flash early, and Epitome corners Floops into that pit, has to use the Q to get out, meaning they can't continue taking those grubs, and now that they have put members up here...
Oh, that's a simple catch and a half right there. You knew Floops was going to try and pinch, and it didn't go their way.
Yep, and you knew that they were going to be responding. They're not just going to let those grubs sit there when they have prio in mid and top lane. So just a bit of a mental mistake. Goes to try and kill a ward, but you know that Glacial Prism's on the other side. You know that Vel'Koz has so many long-range abilities. Really got to be more careful, especially in these game 5s. I wanted to mention after the break, you know, there are a lot of aspects to winning a game and winning games in these long series, but one of the ones that doesn't get talked about often is the mental factor. You've been playing League for 4 hours, high stakes situation, money on the line, awards on the line.
And a lot of HP is on the line as well. Good little sniper over trying to flash over to safety, and it doesn't look like it's going to happen. So you just lose your flash and your life, which feels very, very bad.
Yeah, and you're seeing just the commitment from the side of TDK. They just are relentless. Rover gaining such an early advantage, but now starting to lose it because of these repeat ganks topside, and you'd think that they would learn at some point.
Oh, Blush is out though, and now Flash underneath the tower as Floops is in danger. Good exhaust to go down. Crushing Rock can't really bring out much damage right now. It's a 2v3 position, but Blush almost out of mana, but they still turn it around perfectly. No kill for TDK, and WJV stay alive.
And this bot lane has played so well. Every single game, win or loss, they have been so consistent. And now Sourcewalker running them down, trying to pick up these final kills. But he doesn't go for it. He gets scared off by the ward. Has the completed Heartsteel, so would have a lot of damage. True Sharp Barrage stops Vi.
Oh, and I think they got him. This is going to be Epitome looking on the side, but it's a straight ult to the back end. Sourcewalker on a killing spree now and claims jungle as well.
And getting that kill is going to be massive because it's not only the kill gold, but going to be able to take some of these jungle camps. Amuro, that is not jungle Shaco, that is support Shaco, and he does not have items yet, so just throwing some daggers around, being a nuisance. As we look at other completed items, Blackfire Torch done for Vel'Koz, Triforce and Eclipse matched in top lane, but does have the Tiamat, is Camille. Rod of Ages done. No full item yet for the Varus, but Triforce and a half-stacked tier available on the other side.
Ooh.
Oh, stolen.
Yeah, Hamara is just trying to play spoiler right now, just trying to be a giant pain in the butt. And I think that's just going to be enough, as Fist is trying to help out as well. But Sourcewalker has been claiming their own camps for themselves very, very neatly. At this rate, you kind of already know that Hamara is just going to be off on their own, so it's an ADC versus ADC position. But topside, Rover is just duking it out the best as possible as well. So right now, it's in that skirmish-heavy era as we're past the towers going down here. And it's all about just finding those kills, finding that goal, disrupting the opponent's plan.
Yeah. Halfway charged is the Roa for Fists. Shaco now trying to build some more damaging items, has completed that support quest, now has some more damage coming out there. But you're really going to need to see as another Destiny topside.
Oh, but they call it out, but it's a great focus now. But of course, they'll be traded out, and Fist needs to realize you're not in a great spot. A gold shot though, as that's another gold card, and all of a sudden, it's actually Epitome that's in a bad spot. You can flash to safety, but I don't know if you're going to be able to. It's a flash to follow, and yet again, it is going to be TDK to take that victory. Now, as we look on the bot side, Hamura trying to run interference. Clone is actually tethered up. Hamura, though, goes down. It's such a well-placed call, and Blush is now with a kill of their own. Differences abound now as Fizz and Floops are quite literally just aiming for the solo kills.
I mean, I was going to mention, after the Destiny comes out, they repeat this over and over again, but the teleport to match it, and Epitome tries to say, hey, you guys want to keep teleporting topside, we can do it too, but they have more members coming as Floops runs in on the Vi, and they're able to turn it into a positive play, even after a pretty decent match by WJV, with Sourcewalker hovering and the teleport coming through. And then just in the bottom side, I think that when the Shaco was locked in, I said this is a pick with the purpose of disruption. But now, just getting tethered, you're just going to get locked down.
And I don't know if you're actually going to find a kill here, but it might be enough to slow down Crushing Rock, who has flash, has barrier, and in comes Floop Source Walker, immediately jettisons right away. This is here to try and lay down that gold card, but really, who are you going to kill? Epitome is here to play, and we're seeing these faster rotations from everyone on the map. Everyone realizes the pace of play is vastly different than the previous ones.
Yeah, we're trying to get both sides accelerated because there is not nearly as much scaling on either roster. Obviously, Camille can accelerate very quickly. Going for a kill. Another Destiny.
And there's no chance whatsoever. Rover underneath your tower is not going to be safe. Dragon take it away, but you are sacrificing that top side, and we're seeing the macro of both teams. WJV focusing on those neutral camps, but TDK just trying to pressure and keep a permanent member of WJV down.
And I think for both sides, they're getting what they want, as Epitome caught again.
Oh no, this is what TDK wanted to do. The frenetic pacing is out of this world, and I don't think WJV have an answer.
And still caught here, going to be able to get over the wall is Floops, but you know, I was going to say both teams seem to be getting what they want, as they're able to make chaos across the map. Is TDK constant destinies, constant tower dives. You never know if you're safe to even trade, because it can immediately become a 2v1. You are locked down permanently by Twisted Fate. There's so much CC on the side of TDK, but still on WJV, they have all of the tools to be successful later in the game with their game plan of, you know, frontline supporting zoning champions. So it's going to be up to Vi and Shaco and Camille to really take these team fights from simple front to backs to chaotic and frantic flank positions where you don't need to rely on vision and timing and patience to find a flank. You can just hit one button and all of a sudden you are behind the entire team. But as much as that sounds like a strategy that can be, you know, just like I said, hit your buttons and now you're behind them, it has to be coordinated, because if even one member reveals themselves too soon, let's say the Destiny is proc too early, all of a sudden Twisted Fate's in the middle of the whole team. And if he dies, there's going to be a panic that follows, where now Shaco feels like they have to go in, Vi feels like they have to go in, Camille feels like they have to go in, and it's going to be so disjointed they have to make it perfect.
Well, the perfection here is actually helping Rover out, as Floops and Hamura realize they're not in a great spot here. Floops is taken quite low. They're going to try and chase onto Blush, but Blush is probably the strongest member of the team. Hamura, going to run for their lives, but it was a great catch and a great help from the rest of WJV. They clean up with the double kill on the end thanks to the turrets, and it is going to be a price to be paid for TDK getting a little bit over ambitious.
Yeah, I have absolutely no idea what they were doing there. That is so deep to be with no dragon available. Some of these bot camps weren't even up yet. You've got 2 minutes until the next objective on this side of the map, and yet you're diving that deep is crazy.
And it looks like it's going to happen again. That's a quick catch. FYS barely getting out of range of the Mystic Shot, and Source Walker can't dive. And that's going to be your Rod of Aegis ticking up for the glory. Maybe that bulk build is actually the way to go here, as Fizz only died twice so far.
And he's going to start getting damage, I'm assuming, building towards that rapid fire cannon. 3-level advantage on Vel'Koz.
Rover, you're not enjoying this one. You get back to the rest of the team. Night Raven still wins the fight, and it looks like it's going to be a trade out of HP bars. I mean, there ain't no way you're cutting through here. Source Walker realizing this ain't the right spot to be in. The ult was just enough to kind of burn away any extra possible aggression, but they're going to take that time. TDK pushed down their 4th tower of the game.
They need to try and establish a position. Right now, they're getting picked off all over the map, and unfortunately, not only do they have to deal with the incredible ability to reposition that TDK have, but they have to deal with the fact that Camille is going to be an incredible side laner. TF is going to be an incredible side laner going for the on-hit build with the rapid fire cannon. I mean, it's just going to be so difficult for them to find these 5v5s where they thrive, and not only to find them, but for TDK to go into them to allow the comp to work as drafted. I mean, this is the moment where you really need to remember, we haven't spoken about it since the beginning of the series, but these two teams were undefeated in their series. They dropped 5 games total between the both of them. Only dropping, I think they dropped maybe 5 games all playoffs, the both of them. These are the 2 top teams undisputed in this league, and they are showing that, you know, that couldn't be more true. That isn't just based off standings in this last game, as we are very, very close with 25 seconds on the next dragon and WJV looking for soul point.
Let's see what they can do right now. It's a little bit of a test here. Clearing out all these boxes, by the way, which are very, very frustrating to see. TDK utilizing Homura to perfect extent right now, keeping the vision, keeping the information game up and going. Homura on the back end, Source Walker stepping in, not being slowed, but is getting feared out, and right, Ravens are going to try and do some damage. Over the wall, we're seeing the poke and the true shot barrage being used, crushing Rock, the recipient of those. But the stance inside of the darkness is always kind of scary to play for, as everyone is bottlenecked here inside of the mid. Everyone wants this dragon. Floops, though, in a bad spot. Might get chunked out here, but the backline is going to be that clone pop and whittled away. Panda taking a little bit of damage, but right now it could be enough. Out goes the disintegration ray, but it doesn't do enough damage. What a snipe, though. Night Ravens is going to be stuck, and now can the rest of the damage break in? It's going to be a 4v4 and a 1v1, as this is going to be the catch. Fist seeing everyone on the map, but it's Blush to stay alive, and Blush is going crazy. Rover opened up on the spacing, another missing shot. It's a shutdown for Blush, and it is going to be WJV off their ADCs back to carry on to the dragon.
There was a moment at the beginning, I thought TDK had the advantage because of how split the map became, how split the fight became. Rover had gone down to try and kill Night Ravens, and I thought that there was a chance they could turn on the other members, but they play around their zone, they play around their range so well. They don't give TDK the chance to split them up more, and they just remain calm and fight on. Kill the target you see, keep the Ezreal safe. So much damage put down in that fight, and now you really are starting to see what the limited damage on the side of TDK is going to mean for the rest of this game. They have to try and play around side lanes. They need to make sure their waves are pushed before objectives. A big reason that fight went so in the favor of WJV is because the mid lane was pushed so heavily in their favor that TDK can't walk into the river without being spotted. They have no ability to camouflage the direction in which they are engaging.
I think the other side that we forget to talk about is the fact that when you take a look at both these squads, TDK have won a majority share of their fights by not actually fighting. They pick and run. We mentioned it before. They constantly look for those picks. When faced with a full 5v5, they can't still look for the 5v5. They have to wait till someone peels off. They have to wait until someone gets sectioned out. And that's what they tried to do. They're playing to their win con, but it's not in their favor as WJV just kind of bulk up against each other. We're starting to see those items really come out to play. Epitome now 3, 2.5 now with the Seeker's Arm Guard. Blush, of course, hitting hard with that Triforce and the Man Immune, and now going for the Lord Doms. This is going to be a painful number. But on the other side, Fist doing the exact same thing. 5, 2, and 3, not worried about possibly dying. 13 stacks on the Magi Soul Stealer, hoping to ramp up ever harder and crushing Rock. 2 items might be behind that threshold. Night Ravens is making up for it with their strength as well. What a bait though, and a catch, but Night Ravens dodging around, punches out Source Walker, but it looks like they have more than enough CC. The draw is perfect, and Floops unable to help.
Yep, Shelly comes in just to say I'm helping. Doesn't really do much, doesn't even get a charge off, but great pick. Kind of giving them a taste of their own medicine with the Sejuani hovering in the back to get that kill. But Destiny, they're trying to get a kill back.
And will they actually get a no yellow card though? So Fist is actually going to be rooted up, and it's giving time for the rest of the team to come on in. Huge heal to come out here. It is going to be a TP as Rover is going to help collapse in. Main damage portion was from the disintegration ray, but Rover with the executions on the back end snipes out a total of 4 with WJV taking that victory in a half.
A massive true shot barrage makes way for a massive disintegration ray. They just melt the entire team, and Rover is there to pick up the low health bars. Such great execution from the side of WJV. Only one left is Shaco, and again, this is not jungle Shaco, this is support Shaco. He's running in here, he's got no smite, just puts down a box, it gets killed. Sourcewalker very low, almost dies to the Baron, but now they have Baron buff. They have pushing lanes in mid and bot. Voracious Otacon is available. This would be extremely game-changing if TDK could pick this up, because those GAs would allow them to be so aggressive and try and make some of these crazy plays they're going to need to get back into this game. And I know last Varus game that was on Hit, we pondered about this build, and I really, in this game, not only because of the 3 squishies on the side of WJV, I really questioned this Hex plate, because you just, if you're going to go on Hit, Sejuani is building so much health, you really have to build a Bork if you want a chance to kill. And also Mbessa building a lot of health, but not going lethality is also questionable. I'm surprised that they let Voracious Otacon be taken without any resistance. They're just trying to, they're playing on one lane, they don't have any turrets top, they don't have the inner turret bot, so they're opting to just play on one lane, get that turret down, knowing they can't get the inhib, but just trying to get whatever structures they can.
I don't think they need to do much more. They can see the soul coming up here, and maybe they get that piece of the puzzle. If they're able to collect this soul, then it's a lot of movement speed, it's a lot of catchability, and it's also a lot of disengage that they could play with, namely for Panda, who is going to be trying to keep Blush safe as often as possible. You already got the Mikhails, you're ready to go for any gold cards that come your way. But is it going to work out? Right now, Dragon drawing a lot of TDK down. They're trying to set up their vision, but they're standing on top of a ward right now. The clone showing their face. And this is going to be that danger factor. But you see the pings. They're saying, hey, Dragon doesn't really matter. We're just going to bust down this mid lane. And they're going to try and chase for it. Keep eyes Blush as well as Epitome might realize they're in a little bit of danger. They're able to section off Panda. So how far are they actually going to go? Dragon still being enabled. Remember, Otacon, as you mentioned, was taken down. But look how quickly they can push. The wave is drawn off. But it looks like it's going to be announced. True Shot Barrage goes out and it's stolen. Blush steals it without even looking, and that's where TDK is. They have to recall now. This is going to be dangerous positioning. TDK realized that they have gone boom or bust, and they boomed and busted. Unfortunately, they lose out on Soul, they lose out on their inhibitor, and they lose out on all the kills.
You hit enter, or shift enter, thanks for the leash. That is exactly what just happened there. Blush just probably trying to get vision. Destiny procced. Looks like they're going bottom lane with it, trying to match the side lane push. I do really like this decision by WJV to get these outer turrets down. The standing gold that's on the map, 113 gold for every single member. And Hamura is the only one here. Whenever you get Baron, you want to play on 2 waves, not 1. It gives you the most pressure on the map. You utilize the buff best. So now they're going for this turret, but everyone's made their way up here.
And that danger is abound right now. Great Glacial Prison, though, to keep your backline safe. They're trying to snipe out. They actually got it, but who is left alive? Epitome ran into the fight. Epitome stepped up way too close. This is a disaster coming out, quite possibly, but the gold lead is huge. Rover might be able to play it out, but look at the guiding, look at the damage, look at the moves, look at the shakes, look at all of this damage as TDK forced WJV away. Huge mistake by WJV. Weak side jungle victims blank out in the top side and lose all their gold advantage.
They just go in one by one by one, and it's so easy for this team to just pick them all apart. Look at the shielding by Karma. Oh my lord. And Mbessa is not going to die in that situation, and you wonder why they were even able to take that much damage. But like I said, when you go in so disjointed, when you're just walking into them one by one, you're going to go down that way. And Crushing Rock able to put down a ton of damage. That on-hit build allows you to put out so much DPS. And now WJV has to lick their wounds. They have to get back onto the map, and they have to get these pushes back in their favor. You saw how impactful it is when they have that mid push. It just makes it impossible for TDK to ever contest the dragon. And even, I mean, that even in that situation when they were contesting the dragon, he gets stolen. So they end up losing out on both sides of having that mid lane disadvantage. Now we're seeing Terminus completed, so you're getting a little bit more defensive stats, but still no Bork. The Sejuani is going to be so difficult to deal with. Hamura, wrong side of the map, but obviously that's a Shaco. There's no real sense in pushing him. Twisted Fate on the bottom side obviously has Destiny, but even that is a little too far as the clone gets targeted, blown up in a millisecond. But sitting on a control ward, trying to clear out some vision here. Just, I mean, a game state that is so treacherous, because 50 seconds for Baron. If anyone gets caught, they are dead for the Baron fight. So every single risky decision is made so much more dangerous.
I think that's why they have to be so careful around here. You can see Floops now with the GA third item, barely making it work, but knows they have to dive and sacrifice their life. My eyes are actually drawn to Fist once again. No TP, of course, and they lost out on their Magi stacks. They're going to try and ramp it up again. 3 items deep, half in inventory, if you will. On the flip side, Epitome having to go that Zanyas. They're going to try their best to stay alive in these fights, but we can't see him run face first to the front lines. Everyone just kind of scattering for this opportunity. Keep in mind, even if Baron doesn't go their way, WJV still have Elder to play for, but it feels very reminiscent of game number 4, where they got this early lead. They got a lot of early game advantages, and then the late game just got out of their control. Let's see if they can wrest it back to their own, as everyone is currently surrounding this jungle. Floops now looking and gets caught out here. Can't jump through, tries to flash away, and there's no escape here. The GA will be gone. Hamura is now going to step up, but the GA was used, so huge pop on the itemization. TP coming in as well. And they got what they wanted. WJD get that GA, meaning no second life for Floops.
Yeah, we pointed out when that pick comes through and Baron's available, there's no contest. Twisted Fate is pushing on the other side, but now with no jungler, there's no spite. We have seen a neutral objective stolen without smite available. This could be a second time. Varus has a penchant for doing this.
Oh, they're going to try and jump in. Floops is going to be there, and it's stolen away by Hamura. Hamura stole the Baron, and that might be the throw. Take a look, WJV. Their base is in shambles right now. Rover's going to try and hold on, but I don't think it's going to work. They're being stalled out. Rover needs to dive for this, needs to step up, needs to try and chance, and it is going to snipe out one. It looks like Rover might be able to stay alive. Epitome is back to help out, but Fist is almost going to rule out Rover, and it looks like that kill might go through. It does. Yes, there's one on the back end, but the disaster strikes instead for WJV as TDK with the signature Shaco saved their game and pushed it in their favor.
I mean, the most clutch Shaco support play in the history of professional League of Legends. I think I can confidently say that. What a near disastrous ending for WJV. Just barely able to hang on to their Nexus turrets, losing that bottom of him. And also, I want to give, obviously, that steal was incredible, but what awareness for Twisted Fate and Night Ravens to go bottom side, push that in, keep pushing after the steal, halt as many backs as possible. Unfortunately, Rover is able to get back to base and save the game for WJV, but still a lot gained, because not only do they still have Baron, they now have a bot inhibitor pushed in, so now they have constant access into this Elder Dragon pit, and now back-to-back neutral objectives taken with basic champion abilities, not having to utilize smites. I mean, now everyone is on edge, and Twisted Fate again pushing in this bottom side, knowing that he can get away at any moment.
Oh,
it's canceled.
Yeah, you're not able to fight as quickly as you would like, and it is going to be destruction and just in time for the Elder as well. Huge point of power for TDK gone. Remember, the whole reason it worked so well is because there was that mix-up, there was that side lane push, there was that secondary answer. Night Raven also steps up. I don't know what you're doing. That's not the right spot that you want to be in. Hexacode Ultimatum is going to be used to actually snipe out Night Raven's death. Rover barely going to stay alive, but it's not for much longer, and now Blush is going to get caught on the back end, drawn into the tower, though. Flew disintegration way on so many. Clone is going to be popped here. The Panda's running in the wrong direction. What a save! What a hold there. Yes, Sourcewalker goes down, but it's destruction of 2 on the other side as well.
There's way more damage out of Varus than Rover expected, taking them down. The Elder Dragon is up and available, but no jungler on either side means that no one is willing to take the risk. Just pushing in lanes, playing on mid and bot, but also in the top side. Look how pushed in it is on the side of TDK, constantly at threat. Someone's going to have to go answer that. Otherwise, they're just letting these waves die, potentially going onto their turret. That's a lot of gold and experience not being collected, and seeing as there's a level disadvantage for Ezreal, they should try to go up there and grab some of that sitting XP. Crushing Rock walking over has hit the dragon. 5 seconds on Vi. I don't think they know this is happening. No wards or no pings have come down. I believe that there was a ward in the pit. There is, so they do know what's happening, but Source Walker is not going to be able to get to it. They're going to get it without junglers being there.
I mean, that's all you need to do, and quite honestly, that's all you need to play for. It's going to be Elder in favor of TDK, and we know what they did last time with this. It is full on retreat. WJV have maybe 1 or 2 fights left in them. They are maxing their builds. They are about as tanky as they are going to get. TDK about the same. It is going to culminate in a singular fight at the end of the day. And I can't wait to see which direction it goes.
This is unlike last game where TDK made this comeback. They will not have Elder Dragon for the Baron. They need to do what they've done best all game long. They have to force a fight. They have Elder Dragon. There's no way they can possibly lose a fight with that execute buff. They need to utilize the kits on the champions they've selected. They need to find an angle to pick off one member with pushes in mid, in bot, in top. They are fully strangling WJV in their base. And a team that only dropped 2 games all season, now on the cusp of losing it all in the most tragic way.
Well, both have so much to lose and so much to gain. And that's why they're here in the grand finals. Both teams chasing that glory as they wish. And I think they're going to get it right now drawn. Once again, 2-1-2 position, which is something that TDK are allowed to do thanks to Hamura roaming in between. The Camille is strong. Knight Ravens can do a lot of work here. 4.5 items deep. And all they need to do, knock down 1 more. This is going to be the Destiny used to kind of identify where the opponent is. I don't think that Nexus Tower has gone ahead and spawned up. What a huge true shot barrage, but the clone is the only thing really in that annoyance bank. Collection moving around here. Hamura now going to dance on the bot side, but it's drawn into the mid as the mid inhibitor goes down next.
I mean, they're just getting pulled in every single direction. They don't have the ability to really decide where they want to stay because, like I said, Hamura is just floating in between, and Vi now also floating. They can't fully commit to one of these inhibitors because they're just moving around, and now smartly understanding they don't have a wave in bot side yet, they all shift up top where they do have a wave. Half health going to be executed.
Oh, Panda burning everything in the kitchen sink just to stay alive there. And the brute force tactic has worn off a little bit. Baron is up in about 20 seconds. And Dragon is about to fall off. Once again, TDK starting to rule this macro game. They have identified that there is no way out for WJV. WJV relegated to their base. So waiting to see exactly where this price pays off. Rover, not allowed to step out too far, but is allowed to clear out a singular ward. But the Baron, currently alive, should go TDK's way.
I mean, there's not going to be time for a contest on hit Varus. They have Twisted Fate with full attack speed, not full attack speed, but multiple attack speed items. True Shot Barrage will not claim the objective this time. WJV trying to push in this mid wave and answer, trying to get as much of a push possible to relieve some of the pressure. Destiny is being utilized by Twisted Fate, using it to try and backdoor, get some early pressure, and a teleport is being utilized in response.
I mean, that's the play, though. Honestly, I almost assumed Fizz was going to try and go for the Nexus. You try and break through the extra tower, but it's not going to work. Floops now, with that GA back up, is going to try and chase everyone else out and away. Split 4-1. WJV going ahead and recalling in. They're trying to clear the wards as they go. But right now, they want to look for a pick of their own. They're not going to find anything. And TDK, once again, regain control on the map.
They have to be so careful. Any overstep in an attempt to relieve pressure from the onslaught of the minions could result in the end of the game, the end of this series, the end of this split. WJV, that pressure may be starting to weigh on them. These True Shot Barrage doing well, but with the magic resist.
I mean, we saw that coming, but Epitome once again steps up, tries to flash away, but Fizz is caught on the backside. Panda can't get any rebuttal. And it's death and beyond now, as that's a 56-minute timer. TDK recognize that this is their moment to shine.
They have to take advantage of this 4v5. They have a power play on the map. Top inhibitor in their sights, bottom inhibitor is in their sights. Is this the moment where TDK Death Knights claim their championship?
It's been so back and forth. We have absolutely reached endgame position. And it looks like they don't want to take the chance just yet. They don't find that right opportunity. epitome. 25 seconds left, and it is agonizing to watch this push. Hamura completely covering the base with all of the boxes. In goes Floops, though, trying to catch Blush, and I don't think Blush got it caught enough. But take a look at this. The base is going to fall, and that's going to be Nexus almost open, but they have to get rid of the tower. They have to get rid of that secondary tower spawning. They're going to try and buffer their way out, but it looks like TDK are just overwhelming them with damage, and it will be the end of the game. TDK, Death Knights stay true, and they are your ADL champions.
I am so impressed by TDK, their resilience. I mean, look at my hair is a mess. Their resilience throughout that game, where they got so many early leads from the Twisted Fate pick and from just the constant roams, the constant pressure on every single lane, and then just when it felt like they had complete control, they start to fall behind. The macro, the decision making, the team fighting of Weakside Jungle Victims looks like they're going to steal another game, but incredible step ups. The shake, 34k damage nearly, most on the team from the Shaco support. The pocket pick coming out in this last game. I mean, just absolutely unbelievable stuff. And the composure of this team, they got slaughtered in game one. They won another game from a comeback in a position that really could have been contributed more to a throw, but just incredible. Congratulations to TDK.
I couldn't ask for a better one. Everyone stepped up, but we have to name a Grand Finals MVP, and I think I have a good name in mind. Jack, who would you name the MVP of the series for the side of the Death Knights?
For the side of Death Knights, I think it's got to be the guy who managed to take champions that may otherwise have seemed unconventional and single-handedly bring his team to victory. I've got to say, Hamura has got to take the MVP award for me.
Hamura is our MVP status, from the Bard to the safety to the Shaco of all things. And it seemed that Hamura ruled the Rift in more ways than one. So congratulations to Hamura, our victor and our MVP of this series between these two titans of the Rift. Both squads, True Minded Gaming Death Knights, as well as our amazing and wonderful runner-ups here in the side of Weakside Jungle Victims. Both team played strong, went to a game 5, but at the end of the day, it was the Death Knights victory. We are going to go to a very short break because we are going to have an interview, I believe, with the winning squad, get their thoughts on this victory and see how they're feeling after a 5-game barn burner. Don't go anywhere. The ADL will return in just a bit. welcome back here to the desk as we get an interview with not one but two members of the TDK squad. The Death Knights bringing us some favorites here. The bot lane from the Death Knights will be joining us here on the desk. It is Crushing Rock as well as Hamura. Both of you, welcome to the desk. Congratulations on the victory. How you two feeling? It must have been a very, very long series for you.
Thank you. Feeling good. A little tired, but feeling good. Adrenaline's pumping.
Yeah, it feels pretty good. We were kind of worried going into this, honestly, but not worried, but you know, it's a little bit harder to play non-fearless, but I'm glad we were able to pull through.
Yeah, I want to ask, speaking of fearless and champ pools, after game one, that was kind of felt like every single game you guys would get a little advantage early, and then the rest of the game varied, but you had that advantage early and weren't able to really build off of that. So coming out of that game, Cash or Hamura, how quickly do you think you made the decision to go to some of these less conventional champions, but champions that you so clearly are able to just take over the whole game on?
It was pretty immediate. The team as a whole generally likes me on stuff that can play the map. Like, I have a lot of stuff I didn't even get to play in these tournaments, like Pantheon, Lee, Pike, stuff that I, you know, can roam and help mid out, help jungle out. Especially Night Ravens, though. He really calls for me to play stuff like that, and he has a lot of faith in me doing so. So we decided after game one, like, if I can't get Lulu, no enchanters.
All right.
Although I did play Milio, but that was obviously kind of a mistake.
Yeah, I think for this one's for Crushing Rock, or if you both have insights. First two games, excuse me, they fully went for that scaling bottom lane, going for the Jinx plus Enchanter, and then they make the hard pivot into the Lucian Nami, much more aggressive, and saw really great success with that right away. What was the thought process once that decision was made, maybe either in game or in the subsequent drafts?
Yeah, we expected the Lucian Nami. Like, we had talked about it last week, and we had some ideas about what we would play into it. But they counterpicked it, so I was already like locked into the Kog'Maw, so we were just like playing with support counter, and it seemed like Milio is the best pick to survive lane, and we did not survive lane that game, so it was a bit unfortunate. And so we just decided, like, next game we got B1 Varus, which is like what we play for a lot of the time, and Varus is like completely fine into that. And if it put Cash, let Cash play whatever he wanted, you know. Cash got to play Bard that game, so it was a pretty solid game.
I want to ask Rock one more quick question before I ask the final one. A lot of conversation going around that experimental hex plate purchase. I haven't seen that anywhere else. It looked well, performed well. I want to know, just like, where have you seen that? Where did you come up with that? I want to know more about that build path.
Yeah, so our mid laner Fizz looks at all the stats site, like Lolalytics and DPM Lol, a lot of the time, and he'll just like find random stuff that's like unknown that people don't know about. And I think like halfway through the split, he was like, "You should try experimental hex plate." To me, and I thought it was kind of weird at first, and then I tried it and I was like, wow, I basically have Ultimate Hunter on an item, and it gives me the tankiness that Hullbreaker gives. Like, a lot of people go Hullbreaker on Varus, and I think it was like better than Hullbreaker for tankiness and damage. And yeah, I just thought it felt really good, and it gives you the RCD without Ultimate Hunter.
Do you feel like you miss out on some of the damage Bork provides into some of these tankier champs?
No, I think Bork is a bad item on range, personally. People criticize me about, like, Kog'Maw, I won't build Bork. Varus, I won't build Bork. I'm a Bork hater these days. I think it's too nerfed.
No, that makes sense. And my last question, I think this is a really simple one. Hamura, Shaco?
Yeah. It's my best champ. It's my most played champ. It's my highest mastery champ. Ravens, that specifically, he begged for me to play Shaco. Even before we saw a draft, he said, like, no matter what, he wanted me to play it. I mean, the damage chart shows I do nothing, and then you have things that happen, like, I don't know exactly where it was. I think it was maybe after they got Baron or something like that, if they even got the first Baron. I'm not 100% sure, but there was a play where they chased me for like 45 seconds topside for no reason. Like they could have pushed on top, they could have reset, they could have done anything, but Sejuani, Karma, and Dez just chased me. And like they run into boxes and the chip damage becomes pretty crazy. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I think it's a sleeper pick and I think it's viable up through this league and up through like 600 cap league. Like I'll be playing it next split too.
Yeah, and you were able to get that Baron steal somehow, making people forget it was support Shaco, not jungle. Following, I don't want to take too much of your guys' time while you guys go celebrate, but I just remembered, what were the comms like when you're rushing the bear or the dragon, you're trying to prevent them from pushing into your base and taking your inhib, and it gets stolen by the Mystic or the True Shot Barrage. What were the comms like in that moment?
I think I literally said, "Huh, oh well," and that was it. Like there was nothing else.
I think it was just quiet. Like no one said anything. No,
Nobody-
literally no one said anything.
Every now and then somebody might get a little bitty bit like moody, but it's like really mild. Like we don't have like toxic comms, bad comms, like there's no whiny or baby raging stuff. You know what I mean? Like our team is really, really chill for the most part. So I don't know, yeah, we never have like a mopey feeling in comms. I'm always in a good mood at least, or at least staying focused.
I like how you're saying that there's a very large possibility everyone just like, I hate this so much, this is terrible, and you're chilling there, and the entire team as well showed resilience. The last two games were some of the most, in my opinion, flip-floppity, and you all persisted. Very much congratulations to you both and to the rest of the team in general. I want to give one more thought here. Hamura, you were named our MVP. Do you agree with our assessment here in this series, or do you think it deserves to go to someone else?
I mean, questions like that are always like, it's like kind of a, not a loaded question, but it's hard to answer because it's like, I know I perform pretty well. And I mean, whenever like I said, Ravens, and I considered Ravens like our carry at the start of playing together. But like as it went on, I've noticed that everybody can carry. Like Rock branched out from just playing mages. Like Fist can like solo kill pretty much everybody in lane. Like everybody shit talks and calls him like a one trick, control mage only player, one dimensional, but he's played like 10 different champs and solo kills everybody. Like Master, Diamond, Emerald, doesn't matter. But I think accept it. I do think that a lot of our wins pivot on me being able to play different champs, different styles, affect the map. You know, and working with what I have to work with too, right? Because like we have limited pools in other roles. So I mean, I definitely accept it, and I think winning it in 2 leagues reaffirms that too.
Crushing Rock, would you agree as well, or do you think just Cash's Hamura is talking themselves up here?
Yeah, I think Kamura's played really well in like the entire split. Played really well, and a lot of the games that we win are off the back of his plays on the map and in general.
All right, well, there you go. Listen, you got the whole approval squad here. Hamura, congratulations on MVP. True Minded Gaming Death Knights are your victors of the Aegis Defenders League in a thrilling BO5. Couldn't ask for anything better. Thank you both for joining us here on the desk.
Yeah, of course.
Thank you.
With that being said, we are done here on the night. It has been an amazing evening here, almost 5 hours of awesome League of Legends. We want to give a big shout out to all the raiders, to all those that joined in the last 2 games, but there's going to be more Aegis action throughout the rest of the week just as well. All the leagues will be concluding across the board, so make sure to stay tuned to the socials. Keep eyes on what matches will be coming up and who you want to see. Of course, for myself as well as Jack and Caddy on the production, we want to say very much thank you so much for tuning in, and please have a good night.
Wait, can I add one thing before they end the stream?
Maybe?
I do want to give a huge shout out to Scootin. He absolutely saved our playoff run. I'm sure you guys saw it, but we lost Ninga, and we still got rule booked, even though we were trying to put in E-subs early, blah, 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 blah. But he absolutely swept XG after all their trash talking and us having no bans. Scootin is honestly our true MVP because we literally couldn't have won without him.
All right, well, there you go. Shout out to Scootin as well, the E-sub to pop on in. Thank you so much to everyone for joining us here on the desk. Again, congratulations to your squad as well. We hope to see you next split, and we hope to see everyone else joining in as well. Keep in mind, once again, the socials, and as well, please go ahead and check out Zen Market for making this all possible for us here today. If you go ahead and start ordering with them, you can go ahead and use the code Aegis to get 1,000 yen off your first purchase. That is AEGIS. Once again, thank you so much. Have a good night.
Zen Market?
Zen Market.
Zen Market.
Zen Market.
全マーケット
ジャム系
ありがとうございます。
ありがとう。
ありがとうございます。